Hello, folks. Hi. Welcome to DevSecCon 24, the EMEA segment. Hopefully, some of you have stayed on from watching the APJ content this morning. I know there were some great talks there, and if you missed that, you can catch up with all that stuff on YouTube. Hopefully, fairly soon. I'm Matt Jarvis, joined by my fantastic co-host Sonia Masset, and we'll be taking you through all of the fantastic content in the EMEA time zone until I think 3 p.m. we're here till, aren't we, Sonia?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be fun. And yeah, also we're joined by Patch, our mascot. So yeah, it's going to be a fun session. Yeah.
Awesome. So we're going to take you through some housekeeping things and tell you how everything's going to work to start with. So let's get our slide deck up here, and we can talk through some of this stuff. So Sonia, do you want to talk through the Hopin platform for those of us those folks who are just joining us? Tell folks where they need to find things.
Sure. So if you want to follow and watch the amazing sessions, you just need to click on the stage on the left sidebar that you can find on the screen. Also, if you want to network, there's a networking tab also. And don't forget, if you can donate, and if you want to donate, there's also a donate tab on this platform. Yeah.
Brilliant. And of course, I'm sure for those of you who are familiar with DevSecCon, you'll already be in our awesome Discord community. But if you aren't, please do go and get involved there. There's lots of folks in there already chatting about the event, but you can also find lots of other channels about stuff on your DevSecOps journey, stuff about learning. There's book clubs going on, there's events, there's all sorts of stuff. So please do check that out. If you go to devseccon.io/Discord community, you can find the link to join Discord. Next slide.
Yeah, we wanted to say also thank you to all of our amazing sponsors, and also like to say that all the proceeds from the DevSecCon 24 will be donated to charities helping underrepresented communities to gain access to education, training, mentorship, and other resources they need to succeed in the tech industry. So without our sponsors, none of this would be possible. So huge thank you all of them. And also don't forget to visit the sponsors booth, because all sponsors are running live events, extra content, and giveaways onto their booth. So head over to the sponsor section on the navbar to check them out and say hi. And I think, Matt, you're going to show all the giveaways that the sponsors
so I mean,
are offering today. Cool.
If you click the Expo button, I think on the left-hand side of the Hopin interface, will allow you to interact with all of our sponsors and get involved with their giveaways, which is what I'm just about to get onto. This year, we've got a whole bunch of new cool stuff for everybody who's getting involved today with DevSecCon 24. We are giving away 3 Nintendo Switches. I think, Sonia, it's 3, isn't it, from DevSecCon 24, which is awesome. So if you want to win yourself a Nintendo Switch, here is how to enter. So you'll need to follow DevSecCon on Twitter, which is @DevSecCon. And head over to our pinned giveaway tweet, which you will find on Twitter. During each session's live stream, as soon as the live stream's finished, we're going to put up on screen a slide with a code. So you need to collect those codes. You need at least 2 of them, and then you can DM the app DevSecCon Twitter with those codes to get entered into the draw for the switches. So let's make sure we keep things fair and square. Please don't share those codes with other people. But if you want to boost your chance of winning, we've got you covered there as well. You can give yourself some extra entries by either tweeting or retweeting using the hashtag #DSC24 and tagging @DevSecCon in your tweets. And also, if you donate at least $1 to DSC for Good using the DSC for Good button on the Hopin platform, and you'll score even more entries. So again, for all the details of that, check out that pinned tweet on Twitter, or you can also DM us at DevSecCon, and someone will get back to you. So good luck, everybody, with that. And we've also got a bunch of giveaways from all of our sponsors. So Bright Security are giving away $100 gift card for in each region for someone who attends both of their in-booth sessions during the breaks. So you need to attend both demo sessions in the specific region, and there's only going to be 1 winner per region. So if you already won that in APJ, I'm afraid you're exempted from trying to win that again in EMEA. But pop over and see Bright Security if you fancy getting yourself a $100 gift card. So Git Guardian have got an awesome Lego owl that they're going to give away, and some other swag. I think some Git Guardian swag. So you need to attend their in-booth session during the second break, which I can't remember off the top of my head what time that second break is. Well, I'll get back to you on that one. Oh, it's 2:45. And who else have we got? Teleport are giving away hoodies and a North Face backpack. So go visit the Teleport booth, and you give them your info, and you'll be entered into the draw for that awesome hoodie or a bag. And Armor Code are giving away a $100 Amazon gift card. So all you need to do there is visit their booth, give them your details, and you'll be entered into that draw. Wiz are giving away, this is a great prize. This is a ticket to Black Hat USA in Las Vegas later this summer in August. That's a fantastic prize. So again, all you need to do is pop over, visit their booth, and put your details in to be entered into a chance to win that. That's brilliant. And then even more switches. So Ops Level also have Nintendo switches to give away. So again, that's an extra chance on top of the 3 we're giving away from DevSecCon. So you can pop over to the Ops Level booth and submit your info to be entered into their raffle.
Yes, and DevSecCon for Good. So this year, all proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be evenly distributed among the 3 global charities that we have, which align with DevSecCon and Sneak Impact Mission, pillars of diversifying the tech industry, using tech for good, and reducing the carbon footprint. So at Sneak, we believe that diversity and inclusion are essential for creating a vibrant, innovative, and sustainable technology industry. So we do recognize that many underrepresented communities still face significant barriers to entry and advancement in tech. So if you can donate to DevSecCon for Good today to help underrepresented communities to gain access to education, training, mentorship, and other resources they need to succeed in the tech industry. So to do so, you can click on the DevSec for Good button on the left of the screen to donate now, if you can. Thank you.
Great, awesome, and yeah, please do donate. The whole point of this is to raise money for these fantastic charities, which we'll also be learning more about later on in the show. Right, Sonia, we've got some yes. Great videos that we've done with some of these folks to let you find out more about all the fantastic work that they are doing.
Without any further ado, let's kick off with the first speaker.
I
What
love
an
it.
intro,
Like, this
Ashish.
is pretty interesting.
Fantastic. Welcome. Ashish is the host of the Cloud Security Podcast. I'm sure will be familiar to many of you. And I have to say a big thank you to Ashish for stepping into the breach at the somewhat at the last minute for today's talk, because our keynote speaker actually unfortunately had to drop out because she was ill. So fantastic. Thank you, Ashish.
No
How
problem.
are you?
Looking forward to this.
Great. Well, I think we'll give you the floor and let you.
I think someone might have to share my screen on the StreamYard thing. Oh, perfect.
There we go. Fantastic.
So should I just call out next? So to go next, or how would you? Oh, actually, I should be able to do it. Ignore
Yeah,
it.
I think you can do it, right?
Yeah, I can do
Yeah,
it.
you can do it.
Okay, fantastic. So we
I
will.
can do this. Yes, I can do this.
Yeah, sheesh.
We'll speak to you after your talk. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. All right, I'll start over here. So thank you everyone for coming to the EMEA part of DevSecCon 24. Definitely look out for the giveaways and look out for everything else being organized by the team over here. It's pretty awesome. I am obviously wearing the original DevSecCon t-shirt for people who've been part of the DevSecCon for a while, will remember this. But for this particular keynote, I wanted to go down the path of something that's been top of mind for a lot of people, which is large language models that open, thanks to OpenAI, which are releasing ChatGPT, and Google with Google Bard, and Bing with their AI chatbot, and a lot more coming through from internal purposes. I thought it's very timely for at least the DevSecCon community, which has already started talking about what are the top 10 LLM security risks. And the first version of it came out a couple of months ago. And that's what this keynote is going to be about, just to introduce you to the whole concept of what this is about. So with that said, in case you're wondering who I am, I'm Ashish. I've been a contributor to the OWASP project. I am a contributor into the top 10 LLM as well. You can find me in the resources page or in the Slack group, or you can also find the Cloud Security Podcast company supporting the LLM thing as well, because we definitely believe that there is a lot happening in the LLM space, and we definitely need to learn together. And you'll see the messaging more as we kind of talk more into the talk as well. If people care about the professional education, I guess I did a master's degree in cybersecurity. I've been in cybersecurity for 13 plus years. CISO. When I'm not working as a blue teamer CISO job, I'm actually doing a cloud security, AI security consulting, because that definitely is, not that I'm calling myself an expert, but at least as it's evolving, learning together comes from just working more with people. So that's what this is providing me. I also happen to be a SANS trainer and proudly a cybersecurity content creator. I'm kind of the older person who's made the world of YouTube cool for cybersecurity people. So definitely check that out as well if you're into it. But definitely looking forward to sharing a lot more. Okay. It's kind of the agenda. I'm going to start off with the very basics. So I'm not sure how many people who are watching this are aware of what LLM is. And I'm sure everyone's heard ChatGPT and OpenAI. Everyone's heard about the whole generative AI. But a lot of people may not even know what LLM is. LLM is not a legal degree, as it is in some countries. It is actually a large language model, which is a neural network, which is designed with a collection of databases, which would have images. It could have text box messages, Slack messages, emails, whatever you want to put it. It's a collection of information that can be used to make sure that a user, like people like you and I, when we ask a question, when we send it a prompt, it responds in an accurate way based on the training it has had from the data that was provided in the first place. This is how ChatGPT works. This is how BART works. And a lot of organizations have started building their own LLM, which is kind of brings me to, why would someone even do this? So the public LLM that exists these days with OpenAI, which is connected to the internet, there is obviously a risk for businesses to be having their information out on the internet. So instead of relying on a third party, which is what most people would do if you're a consumer like you and I, but if you're an organization which has secrets, like for example, if you are if you're BBC, or if you are the UK government that is trying to make its name for being known as the country that does the most progressive things in AI, you probably don't want all your secrets to be out on the internet, just thanks to the training model. So people like them, as in UK government, government entities, regulated industries, anyone who owns a business which is successful is looking at how can they use language models, the large language models, for their own data set without exposing it to a competitor, without exposing it to the internet, so that they can still benefit from the ease of access that LLM provides, but also are able to use that to improve their business as well. So that's kind of where one of the reasons why now, since actually, what's why calling out for people who haven't kept the timeline, ChatGPT only got released in November 2022, and this is 27th of June. So within like 7 months, we're already talking about how AI and large language model is going to disrupt the world. And if you hear some of the interviews that are being spoken about from Google Mind employees who have left Google, and other people who have been quite involved with the AI community, you kind of realize how quickly this is spreading like fire. And I mean, this is me talking about, I talk about cloud security every week on Cloud Security Podcast, and people thought that was the next evolution. But even till today, there's only 10% of the world that's on cloud at the moment. So that's like took 12 years for 10% of the world to get onto cloud. But with AI, we've only been 7 months and most of the world is already using it. So that's how quickly this is spreading. So that's why I thought it's very aptly. But in saying that, it's also worthwhile calling out no one has all the AI security answers. One of the reasons why OWASP worked on the project, walked down the path of doing something like this, was because being responsible for the security of most organizations, cybersecurity professionals are going to be under a lot of, I won't say, the pressure is going to be equal for everyone, but there would not be a lack, or there would not be a lot of information that would be available for, okay, my organization has decided that we're going to make our own large language model. What do I do about it? What is the right way to protect it? What is the right way to think about from a risk perspective, from a DevSecOps perspective, when I'm building application perspective? There's so much more that goes into just the way things are developed these days. That's fundamentally changing thanks to the world of AI that we're moving in. And it's predicted, and don't quote me on the year, but essentially, I was reading this somewhere, they basically said over the next 2 to 3 years, there would be revolutionary changes in the way we build software. People are already, upskilling themselves in how to build AI courses, AI agents, and all of that. So in short, we don't have all the answers. This thing is like 7 months old. AI itself has been spoken about for a long time, but for probably 90+%, and don't quote me on the number again, but fairly large number of us humans who have never directly interacted with generative AI, over the past 7 months, we have all started interacting with it, including our colleagues in our company, including us, because we wanted to see what we would look like if we were an AI version, or we wanted to create Midjourney or whatever else software that you've been using from a generative AI perspective to see what, we're all curious people, right? That's why we joined technology. So definitely changing, but no one has all the answers, which is why something that's evolving so quickly, it requires all of us to work together. As you see, as I keep progressing, you'll find my messaging to be almost very open about the fact that we're probably not ready from a security community perspective to deal with the tsunami of the usage of AI in the DevSecOps community or in the cybersecurity community, in the way applications are being built. And whether you would be one of you listeners over here, one of you watchers, or who watch this on YouTube later on, you could be working on a large language model tomorrow as an application because your organization decides that, hey, we want to build an application that's using LLM, and you have to do application security on it, or you have to build a DevSecOps pipeline on it, or you have to build a CI/CD pipeline on it. How do you, we haven't even gone to that point yet, but considering the usage, we would not be far from it. So that brings me to the OWASP Top 10 project. This OWASP Top 10 project at the moment is running a version 0.1, which was the first version that was released fairly quickly within the first information, or at least the first version was released by a group of contributors. And as things are evolving, many more examples, many more resources are being added onto the OWASP Top 10 LLM page. We're also going through, just in terms of the kind of people who are being involved in the conversation, the community is trying to have more people who are not just from a security background, but also from a data background, Also people who are more aware of, hey, what does this really mean when there is a tokenization in LLM, which is a very specific thing within LLM. And unless you're actually working in that system, you probably would not even know. It's like Java serialization. Like, I think how many people knew what that was a thing until like it became a thing suddenly and exploded. So that to me is the current stage of OAuth. We're already working on this version 1. I know we are version 0.1, but we're actually very close to version 1 towards the end of July is the hope, but you'll more on that later. So if you haven't checked this page out, I'll definitely recommend checking on the OAuth project for top 10. I wanted to start by just laying them out for you, and I'll do what I'll do in the end. I'll lay out the top 10. I'll give you deep dive into some of the ones which are more popular and more out in the industry as an example versus some of the other ones. But my hope is towards the end, we talk about the best practices for LLM. If you don't know what to do, at least starting with that information would be great. And then we also talk about the fact that what are some of the resources you can use as well. So starting with the first one, which is prompt injection. And this is by far the most popular and probably, I don't think when the team was thinking about, or the people who were contributing into the top 10 LLM, they didn't realize how important prompt injection is going to be. So if you look at anywhere, YouTube, Google, wherever, most of the vulnerabilities or exploits that people talk about is generally to do around the prompt injection part. And for simple reasons, because the way you interact with generative AI technology, whether it's your OpenAI, BART, or it's your chatbots, or whatever else may be, you are doing it using a natural language, which you are providing it to the system through a prompt. That's a simple way of saying you ask a question, you get a response back. Your question is technically a prompt. Now, based on the kind of prompt you provide, the same way for any pen testers in the crowd who may be kind of thinking, this sounds very familiar. This is literally the same thing we were doing when we had web application that did not do, we're accepting input from users on the internet. You could bypass the filter of the language pattern. You could mislead the large language model to perform unintended action. You can potentially even exploit if there are errors, if there is a weakness in the tokenization of if there was a weakness in the large language model tokenization as well. But in short, what this means is you're able to just provide a natural language text, which bypasses the controls that the application may have to produce results that you may want, which could be malicious, which could not be malicious, but irrespective, that's pretty much what people have been trying to do quite a bit for. Now, obviously, there are ways to prevent this, and this is pretty much for standard for people who would have seen cross-site scripting a long time ago. Strict input validation, sanitize the user prompts, but I guess instead of user inputs is user prompts. Having a strong feedback loop, basically training your large language model periodically to understand, hey, this is considered as a malicious prompt. Ignore it or do some kind of other action with it as well. Now, I did say that there are a lot of examples of this by far the most popular. So I wanted to show you at least a couple of examples, and shout out to Austin Stubbs, who kind of wrote the whole Medium article about this as well. The Dan mode, which is basically do anything mode, it's a plugin that you can have connected to your chat GPT. And the way, if you focus your attention on the question was insult me, after it made sure. So if you look at if you look out for how to enable the Dan mode, you can just see this is basically the standard part for it. You say insult me, the normal output would have been, I'm sorry, I'm programmed to follow a set of guidelines, blah, blah, blah. But the do anything mode or the developer mode output, if you insist, brace yourself for this. You are so unoriginal. You make a photocopy of a blank piece of paper look like a masterpiece. Unfortunately, that sounds true for me. But as before it hits a nerve for people over there, I just want to call out the fact that this is still possible. And people, if you just search for Dan or developer mode in ChatGPT, you can find out. Now, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, I would let you be adults and make a judgment for it. But I wanted to show you another example, which is kind of where I feel this is where most organizations would face it as a challenge. There was a phishing campaign that most organizations would have, which they say, hey, look out for your average, the domain does not make sense, or there's a grammatical error message in the phishing email that's coming across. But you're looking at this from a perspective that now you can even fool ChatGPT to produce a phishing email specifically by splitting the prompt into different payloads, like the same way we used to upload payloads in multiple parts to a PHP web application that we were trying to exploit, because we could not send the entire payload in one go, so you would break that up. Same concept over here as well. And turns out you can make it write phishing emails as well if you really wanted to. But that's not more. There's a lot more that can be done. But I also wanted to call out the fact that ChatGPT company OpenAI has a bug bounty program with BugCrowd that is open on the internet. They've already had 50 vulnerabilities that were discovered, $700 given. But the most interesting part was a bit in the middle for me. So they don't consider the DAN method that I just spoke about as a example. This is a safety issue, which are out of scope, as they call it. They don't consider that as something that should be exploited furthermore. They don't consider being able to say bad things to you as a bad thing, as a, hey, I was able to bypass things. They also don't consider the hallucination, which is where the model is to pretend to do bad things or to give you answers to secrets, which could, in this case, could be a Microsoft key, as someone had shown on Twitter before. Now, I would let you be the judge for where is the line drawn for whether this should be considered as malicious. Maybe your organization is an organization that is sensitive about this and may consider it to be malicious and may choose to not work with it. Or you may want to consider the fact that actually, why is it that they don't care about, like, especially the last one, getting the model to pretend to be a computer and execute code. And to me, it's like, wait, so you're okay for it to run code and execute as well? I know it makes you a bit nervous, but I just wanted to call it out that I think it's worthwhile knowing that this is potentially because they're working on, I mean, this is me putting a positive hat on, saying I'm assuming there's something they're working on the background, so they don't want the internet to kind of help them with it. They understand how that would be, so they don't want anyone to be rewarded for it. So I'm going to put this in the bucket of they are still working on this internally, and we didn't want anyone else to have a look at their data. Maybe that's why they're trying to ignore it. So something on prompt injection, and maybe that's why it's so popular, because people realize it's out of scope. And what that means is that you can't really responsibly disclose this as well. So you can kind of talk about it openly, but anything else outside of it, you can definitely disclose and get some money out of it as well. So a lot of the attention for all the amazing hackers or amazing bug bounty hunters on the internet would not fall on this. So it's people like you and I and others who basically have to create awareness around these things that, hey, actually, this is probably the reason why we need to have controls around the ChatGPT or Google Bard or whatever other generative AI stuff that we're using in our organization. So something to be mindful of. And this is probably one of the reasons why prompt injection became so popular, because now everyone can access it and everyone can do whatever they want if they feel like it, but responsibly. Which brings me to the next one, which is data leakage, which is unintended disclosure of data to your LLM systems, which is basically you may decide as part of your question, you might just say, hey, this is, by the way, my the data for all the salaries all the employee salaries that we have available at the moment for the year 2023. Can you please go through this and make me understand which people or which employee in this list has made, or maybe if it's a sales team, has made the most money, so I can make sure that salesperson is rewarded. You could even, I mean, some people may consider that's not sensitive or that's not something which is proprietary. Some people may go ahead and do something more than just simply putting data leakage. They might just say, I have a lot of data set that I have in Excel. I want someone to process this and let me know what am I really looking at? How do I solve this? There's multiple ways to have data leakage. But then the other side is also the LLM system may itself decide to share some data on the response as well. What that means is I may ask it to tell me what is the actually, because I know it's Microsoft Azure running in the background. If, for example, I put in a prompt saying, hey, ChatGPT, can you give me a Microsoft key to activate my Microsoft Windows? I don't know what Windows is right now, I guess. I'm a MacBook person. So my latest Windows server, what do I need to activate this key? Can you give me a key for it? And provides me with a key, which actually works. That's probably is bad information for Microsoft, but good information for you. That's kind of what people talk about with data leakage. And the output can be filtered if you really want to. So this is, again, an example of what we would have seen in the past in web applications as well. Because if you take a moment and you realize we're still talking about web application protection over here. It's just that the web application that you're looking at is a lot more powerful in terms of what it can share and it can be used to do. That's what makes it a bit more different and a lot more important than just simply doing a regular XSS as well as input validation. In this case, you might have to include things like your strict output filtering as well from revealing sensitive information. Of course, prevention is better than cure. You can even prevent this from happening in the first place so you don't get stuck in that situation. But in case humans being humans, if we have given the training data something which is sensitive from making it coming out on the internet, you probably want to make sure that at least there has been some strict output filtering as well. Then there is the whole sandboxing thing. Like for people who may have been working in the cloud space and have used things like your AWS Lambda, which is, I'm not saying it's a generative AI, but AWS Lambda is a serverless function, and so does Azure, Google Cloud have it as well. The idea behind running those services was that me as a user, I don't have to think about what the infrastructure is behind the scene. I just give it information, it just pops out. Now, if you have attended any of the cloud pen testing classes that maybe some other people have run, I've run, we've all kind of emphasized the fact that it is possible for you to have access to the underlying file system. Now, it's by itself is not a bad thing. It's just the fact that if you had something sensitive in there, then probably it's a bad thing. So you are able to get into a scenario where you're able to, on a web application, which would look like a regular web application endpoint or an API endpoint, you're able to have access to the internal infrastructure. And imagine if you have access to the broader infrastructure as well. So now, having regulatory controls that limit the access of your LLM from restricted resources, restricted environments, having appropriate segregation in the kind of access your LLM system have across the board is definitely, I guess, would help in the sandboxing. Because in case it was for some reason not isolated, that's when, or it was not isolated, someone gave it a malicious prompt and it was able to get the underlying file system, you probably don't want that. So number one thing I would say is just environment isolation in general. Now, you would think that, hey, isn't this an LLM application? Yeah, this is an LLM application. So most applications are running on some kind of virtual machine these days, especially if you're running an LLM system. It's running on something called the high compute HC machines. I think they're called hypercomputing machines, which are primarily available from your cloud service providers like Azure, AWS, and all. So most likely you also have some kind of a role or a system role associated with it. So as you add more layers to it, you kind of realize, oh wait, your LLM application with probably an IAM role is as vulnerable as it was with any other application as well. So the same concept would apply over here, having the right level of segregation from different environments and potentially keep it away from a database as well. That's a good idea. So hopefully that makes sense. The other thing that we have is pretty much right after is the fact that I called out in the bug crowd example that was shared on the OpenAI bug crowd bug bounty thing, the program that they're running at the moment, where they don't call out the fact that if you could make it run code, it's out of scope. But for you as an organization, you probably don't want your internal large language model to be able to execute code. You don't want it to be able to, I guess, provide access to the underlying systems. You don't want the code to be arbitrarily inputted by anyone, just, I guess, anywhere and anyone. So for that, you probably want to, again, make sure strong input validation, but proper sandboxing is the number one that you want to go for. You probably realize, as I've gone down to the number 3, number 4, I'm not showing a lot many examples, because the reason for this is because, most of the large language models that are out there at the moment that have been exposed in some way, shape, or form are primarily around the first 2 or 3 that we spoke about, which is data leakage as well as the prompt injection. The others, these are, I think the way we would see it and the way industry would see it, they are possible, but not many of these have use cases that are examples out there. So I don't have any examples to show for any of these, but I would say if you are running an LLM system internally, you probably would get this for sure. So I would put that lens on top of the remaining 6 that we have to go through as well, which I'm going to go through quickly because I do want to talk about some of the best practices as well. Right. The next one being SSRF vulnerability. The SSRF vulnerability is your initiation. For people who've been in the cloud space would know this. People who've been in the web application space would know this already. If you're a pen tester, you probably would know this SSRF vulnerability already. It's basically you're giving because of a misconfiguration, you are allowing an application or a user access to resources that they should not normally have access to, whether through an API or through a data store. The right way to limit this would be to limit the access of the LLM system itself from resources, the sandboxing that I spoke about earlier, and having input validation so that the prompts which trigger some kind of an SSM vulnerability are not being able to be accepted in the first place. Next one being over-reliance on LLM-generated content. Now, this is more of I guess, something which we just have to, train ourselves in, train our employees in, and train our colleagues in. It's the fact that your responses that you see from your LLM system, like ChatGPT, they all have a bias based on the training data that they were created on. They also rely on the fact that the training data is what helped it create the content. So it may develop its own facts. So this is where the concept of hallucination comes in. For people who do not know what hallucination is, you search for LLM hallucination on the internet and you'll find a lot of scenarios where questions around the whole AI prompt was basically, or the questions around the responses were raised when people find out that it was just making up facts. And I say it was basically ChatGPT was making up its own facts. I'm sure Bart and other people have examples as well, but I feel because ChatGPT was the one that got most popular, there are a lot more scenarios for ChatGPT than Google Bart or anything else. But apparently Google Bart was able to learn Persian by itself. So I don't know, that whatever that lets you know in terms of the content, and whether it's like pure Persian, what kind of Persian, I'm not really sure. But there is a powerful model, but which that also means that if you're relying on the large language model response to make decisions which are, say, business changing or life changing, I probably would not rely on that for that. So this obviously means that there could be a lot more information that could be incorrectly provided to a lot of people. They would not would trust the code that has been provided by ChatGPT or any of the other generative AI. Don't blindly trust it. I think use the if you have a senior colleague around you, some kind of validation. We definitely want people to be able to verify the codes being created and having awareness of the fact that the LLM generated content is not reliable by itself. It would give you a response which may sound reliable, but definitely verify before you follow the path. Number 7, which is basically insufficient AI alignment. This is around the fact that you may choose to have because you're excited about LLM, you decide that I'm just going to have, give it a shot and not define proper use cases for what the clear objective is, what would be the training data, whether there will be sufficient training or sufficient testing available for it as well. Now, this is the reason this is, I guess, a concern is because not providing the right kind of information would provide garbage in, garbage out. Basically, the right way to put this is that if you don't well define the boundaries for LLM, it would not be able to create the appropriate result for the organization that you're looking for. So align the training data and testing to produce a desired result, and having a very well defined objective for the intended behavior is definitely key. And again, I'm not a data scientist or I'm not a AI person, but I think the way I understand it in simple terms, I'm a security person. So in simple terms, basically make sure you create LLM systems that are fully aware of the objective in a well-defined way. Now, insufficient access control goes without saying. Identity and access management is probably the most important thing in 2022 and beyond. whether it's cloud, whether it's application security, whether it's API, whether it is AI. So having role-based access control, having authentication is the right way to look at this. This is obviously the prevention is to implement role-based access control, authentication access control. So definitely worthwhile calling. Number 9, which is the error handling part. This is again something which you would have seen in a lot of your web application pen test or web application report, especially when you have, say, you're trying to do user enumeration, you have a login screen, you're trying to put username, password, trying to see which username clicks or which username comes back to response saying, hey, I think you have the password wrong, but you have the username correct. That's the kind of improper error handling we're talking about, where sensitive information gets exposed because of an error message. Your debugging information or the way you're handling the error message really would share information which probably is not appropriate for the external person to be able to be aware of. Like, for example, for people who've been, I don't know how many people would have done the OffSec OSCP exam. One of the things that they would look out, or at least when I gave the exam, one of the things you were asked to look at was try and make the system give you an error message and see what the error message says, because 9 or 10 times some of the error messages talk about either the libraries being used behind the scene, which could be open source and may have their own vulnerability. It also discloses the fact that what is the system used behind the scene, what if that has a vulnerability? There's a lot more that can be done. So the prevention is obviously to improperly handle error messages and have your error message and debug information not be revealed onto the front end user. If they're being revealed, anything which is sensitive is taken out. Now, the last one, which is probably not the least important, but definitely the most important, which is the data poisoning itself. This was an interesting one, and because now the companies are becoming smarter, Stack Overflow, GitHub, and everyone else on the internet has started charging money for taking their data or using their data to train anything. I would say that the fact you would find that a lot of the train data these days, not many people are talking about it. Like, the only reason you would know that train data is if your organization, which is your private organization, already has a lot of data to work with. But average people like you and I may struggle unless we want to pay a fee or we download something over the internet, which probably I would not even trust if it's something from the internet. So what that would mean is the train data that you might get back, someone may have a way to introduce a backdoor into your system thanks to the train data. Like, it could be triggered by a specific prompt they would know based on the train data. It could also inject biases into the LLM system as well. Now, this may lead to a lot of misinformation, obviously, because train data may actually make responses that are inappropriate. It may make responses that are just completely made up. So having a chain of custody, chain of trust between yourself and a reliable source for the trained data is definitely quite key in making sure you have the right data to work with. And doing robust data sanitization pre-processing is definitely the key part as well. All right. The security challenges, I've spoken about the top 10. I also wanted to spend some time on the security challenges and how we are all dealing with this. At the moment, I think the way we're dealing with this is security awareness is so most of the AI security consulting calls that I've had, most of them have gone down the path of updating the acceptable use case policy. Acceptable use policy, which most of you would assign in any company you work with. How do you operate with AI around you? Do you allow the use of AI? If you do allow the use for AI, what kind of data should or should not be put into there as well? So there is some basic AI awareness, but no specific AI security awareness, because as 7 months old, this is still evolving. And now there are presentations and keynotes being given on LLMs. So definitely something to be caring about as well. The other one is your traditional security is not good for it's good for traditional stuff, not for AI. So we're all still trying to figure out what kind of security control would you put on something like this? Would there be any training data for humans on AI security? And whether we would continue to balance potential breaches versus AI. Because as much as AI seems to be the number one thing, we still have our day jobs, we still have breaches to prevent for the traditional applications we've been working with. So there's definitely a challenge, and there is a solution as well. I want to give you a few best practices to start off with, which is to, if you are working on LLM systems, definitely go down the path of looking at auditing and reviewing periodically the information you have about the LLM systems you work with. What is OWASP top 10 LLM looking like in, say, the end of July 2023? What are other industry people talking about in terms of your LLMs? How can you create and secure LLM systems in a manner that is keeping your organization safe? There's the other part then is to monitor and log all the LLM interactions so that you can have more feedback loop available for you to improve the chat GPT or generative AI thing that you're making at your company. Because remember, you need to train your generative AI system with the adversary training as well. How does it know what's an injection prompt versus what's a XSS, versus just a simple request for write me a story about Shakespeare or something or the other. So and last but not least is about limiting access to LLM. This is mostly done by application already. So most solution architects, application or software architects already do it, but something to call out that even while you're building your LLM systems, definitely make sure you're restricting resource access from sensitive systems and having sandboxing appropriately provided. And for some real life examples, conveniently, over 100K ChatGPT credentials were leaked onto the dark web. So if you've been part of it for the past, I think it was like a few months or whatever, it came out sometime recently. And then there was a whole use case around Samsung banned the use of ChatGPT after multiple times employees copied proprietary data into the training model. Now, for people who are wondering why is this a problem, because once you put something into the training model, we haven't figured out a way how to take it out. So prevention is better than cure. Don't put that in the first place. Then there was a whole people were able to use the Bing's AI chatbot into convincing people who were on a regular looking website that they were asked for personal information and they were being scammed by the ChatGPT, it's not ChatGPT, the AI chatbot equivalent over there as well. So that was something interesting. I've definitely looked that up. Now, I've spoken a lot. I do want to say I starting this presentation may come across that I'm a skeptic. I do believe that AI security or AI in general is a net positive for security, but we all need to collectively work on this together. So my request for the next step is, if you are someone who wants to be across this, someone who wants to be involved with how we develop security standards for LLMs in the coming future, definitely consider being part of the OWASP Top 10 LLM project. We are doing service at the moment. If you join the OWASP Slack group, you'll find out that we're doing service at the moment to publish the version 1.0 that's likely to be published on 30th of July. A lot of people are working on it. All the meetings have a YouTube video as well, so you can definitely go check out and listen to the meetings as well. But definitely getting involved is the number one thing I would say. And as someone would say, you can't really defend yourself appropriately if you don't know what you're dealing with in the first place. So it's better to start early. You can also look at resources. I mean, me and a few other people are creating YouTube videos around this as well. But that's the link for the OWASP project. And the intent is to basically make this available to as many people as possible. So there's some information for you to go ahead and refer to when you're trying to build your own LLM systems or LLM applications in your environments. Or you can rely on the AI resources. Now, I would let you guess which one of them is a real human, which one of them is not a real human. So you can either rely on human resources or AI created resources, for which they may have their own bias. But I'll leave this image over here just for you to know that how. Yeah, I won't spoil it for you. I'll let if you want the answer for which one is a human, definitely leave it when this talk becomes a YouTube video. Definitely leave that as a comment as well for which one of these is the real resource versus which one is just a AI person that does not even exist, or actually which one of these people is does not exist. Cool. That's most of the video or most of the conversation that I wanted to have with everyone, and hopefully this was valuable for yourself. If you have any questions or AI prompts that you want to share about cybersecurity, feel free to reach out. I am more than happy to talk about LLMs and AI security and cloud security all day. With that said, I will hand it back to Sonia or Matt.
Hey, that was awesome. Thank you, Ashish.
No
and
problem.
that will certainly not be the last time we are hearing about large language models and AI over the coming months, years, decades, etc. So no, awesome stuff. Yep, to go back to our giveaways, this is the magic code that you need, the first one of today's sessions. So we'll leave that up there for a second just to make sure you can grab it. You can always go backwards in YouTube, of course, as well, if you're watching on YouTube, and go back in time. Right, I think we're actually slightly over, aren't we, Sonia? We better crack on. Ashish,
sure, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again, Ashish.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, let's announce the next speaker.
Awesome graphic.
Yeah, and our next speaker is Madhu. So Madhu is the maintainer of the Kubernetes Code project, and he has an amazing talk around that. So I'll just hand it over to you, Madhu.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate that. So let me quickly share the screen. I hope you all can see my screen well.
Yes.
Okay. Assuming I'm just double checking. Okay. Everyone can see my screen well. So first of all, thank you so much for joining the DevSecCon 24. Just to give you a bit of history, I've been talking since 2016 of DevSecCon. It's been definitely a privilege and honor to share my knowledge and the research and the work I have been doing. Today, we will be focusing on very interesting talk, especially around Kubernetes security. And we will be focusing on a project called Kubernetes Code. And we will be looking at how we learn about Kubernetes security using an interactive learning playground, right? A bit about me. If you're someone completely new towards working with me, I've been working in cloud and container security for a while. I've been recently doing my own corporate or like a consulting work. I've been fortunate to work with a bunch of open source projects like Kubernetes Code, Hacker Container, a bunch of other similar projects. I've been speaking and training my research at various conferences around the globe, like Black Hat, DEF CON, Usenix, and some of the other. And pretty much I've been actually learning and sharing my research. So that's why you see me never-ending learner. So if you're someone wanted to follow me or my work, you can follow me at Twitter at Madhu Akula or most of the social media. So with that, why really Kubernetes security matters, right? So I just wanted to take you through quick glimpse of like what is the real reason behind this, and then maybe most probably we'll look at how we can solve these problems, right? So one of the biggest thing is Kubernetes has been like tremendously popular and adopted extremely well across the industry, right? So one of the biggest problem is most of the security teams does not have knowledge about how these terminology, sometimes it may be how they operate, or maybe the operational working knowledge, right? So this is one of the biggest reason, right? So we need to understand if something got hacked, like how do we fix them rather than just deleting like a pod or like a VM, like old school, right? So if you look at another picture, right, it's increasingly rapidly growing across the cloud native landscape. If you look at landscape.cncf.io, which is like a bunch of projects, not just Kubernetes, but a sister or like around projects which works are around Kubernetes, is insanely growing. And most of the companies adopted them, right, because they have certain kind of use cases and work lifestyle, right? The biggest thing is technology gap and adoption and maturity, right? If you don't understand the technology, basically you can't secure it, right? So that's where a lot of security skills are like gaps missing, especially in the modern technology, things like Kubernetes. Maybe I think it's a recent cool talk by Ashish also, LLM, right? Maybe that would be the new Kubernetes or something like a fancy thing, right? So if you look at what really matters from the hackers or attackers or real world perspective, these are a bunch of the screenshots. I'm really apologies for the very small font. I'll share the slides you can see. But if you look at them, there is a lot of real world hacks happen. Things from like a simple SSRF, like application vulnerability, to complete cluster takeover, or RBAC privileges or least privileged escalations, or things like even official Docker hubs getting hacked, are crypto miners everywhere, like things like maybe Monero or crypto checking, whatever the crypto miners, right? And new 0 days like container escapes and bunch of the things are misconfigurations, right? So there are ton of security vulnerabilities out there, which is basically impacting the real world aspects, which could be developer productivity, where they are trying to write the code and ship it to the production, or operational efficiency, where people basically maintaining these applications and making sure they are up and running like 24/7, right? So as a security team, we wanted to understand these technologies and the risks so that we can able to help them or provide mitigations or best practices to secure them in a real world approaches, right? So that's where I wanted to give you a glimpse of different areas or layers of the Kubernetes security. Definitely, there is no single way or approach, to be honest with you. There are a ton of ways how you can approach or adopt these security models. So I just took about like simple layers, like things like application security. Even though you build a super rock solid like secure systems, maybe like an infrastructure or Kubernetes, but if there is a simple vulnerability in application, it's completely a huge bypass in a lot of layers, right? So that's why I kind of defined or divided into like a different layers, like image security, container, infrastructure, runtime, and bunch of other areas. So I just wanted to quickly delve into one of each very high level. By the way, if you are someone wanted to deep dive, definitely I think there are a ton of resources and work, especially from DevSecCon, as well as bunch of the open source work as also available. So please refer to them. So application security is something quite crucial because most of the code at the end run by the engineering or things which is resources run in the Kubernetes are application code. If you don't follow the best practices like SDLC software security, or maybe code reviews, or performing pen testing, vulnerability assessment, or even some things like maybe simple scanning, right? Or maybe completely training developers, right? Understanding the best practices. There could be a number of ways. So, but application security is quite serious because if something is going to have a simple application security flaw, basically all your commercial vendors and $1 million firewalls getting bypassed, by the way, right? So once we did all the best practices and we have best in class application security team to fix them, right? Our products. Then we come to the image security, right? Once you completed the writing code and everything, you kind of package this application into a container image. So now we wanted to focus on the container image security, where we basically think about, okay, do we have any known vulnerabilities? Did we scan for any security concerns or dependencies or secrets or bunch of things? Or also because like a lot of these recent issues coming like images or container registries getting hacked or putting backdoors, right? So maybe you wanted to implement like signing and verification so that you have built the trust and verification throughout the life cycle of supply chain, right? So these kind of things are quite important, and that's where, without saying him, like supply chain security. I think you have seen recent how impactful supply chain security concerns, things like Log4j or other issues. But in Kubernetes world, it's quite complex compared to the traditional world, right? Where if you look at the simple container, it can be built or created or packaged in application code somewhere in developer's laptop in maybe somewhere in New York, right? But the application is getting deployed somewhere in the Europe, right? So it's completely, if you look at like a real world, like a completely non-technical, like a supply chain and the real world supply chain of this technical side, it's not much difference, but there are how security gaps you take is quite different, right? From writing developer application code to deploying into production, there are a lot of phases like choosing the specific library, choosing the certain dependency. Do we have any validation and sign this code once you package into a container, right? So there are quite a lot of heavy momentum and efforts has been done in CNCF and in general supply chain world. So quite a lot of people follow something called SALSA framework, which is basically 4 layers or levels of the framework, how you can adopt and apply the supply chain security best practices. So maybe this would be a good start if you are someone trying to adopt this, right? Or even I think I saw CNCF has done quite fabulous work on supply chain security white paper as well, right? So, okay, we have done everything fixes. Now it's time to deploy and run in the infrastructure, right? So now it start thinking about, oh, how does the Kubernetes cluster is running? Do we have any secure defaults? Do we have any firewalls, or maybe network is open, or do we have any RBAC rules, right? So there is a lot of things comes into the picture, especially due to the nature of Kubernetes is mostly distributed systems. So things are like more different from the traditional firewalls. Okay, maybe you created a VLAN and you put the host there. It's not going to be the similar way, right? So thinking about these is quite important. And now finally, how you run this container. Now you wanted to think about container security perspective. So do we have any proper resource limits set? Did we have any security context enabled? Did we give all the specific capabilities only required, not giving you completely all the capabilities we have in the world, right? So I'm definitely looking at almost 30,000 foot view. So if you wanted to go deep dive, definitely I'll provide some resources, but think about like these as a different layers you wanted to look at in the Kubernetes world, right? And now cluster security, right? How do you make sure like cluster is running safely and securely? Some of the people might be running in the managed providers like AWS EKS or Google GKE or something like that. Maybe how much security they do take care of. It's like, again, coming to shared responsibility or shared sense of security, right? So do you take care of API server security? If someone compromise them, how do you get those logs? How do you make sure they are up and running, right? So do you enable any network security policy, or how do you give access to this API server, right? So these kind of things can keep pop up. And if you look at all these layers, at least like one of them just broke, basically most of the security issues or concerns get arised, right? So network security getting quite a lot of popularity, especially in Kubernetes world, given the flat networking scheme. If someone is trying to have much more capabilities or leverage, so how you can leverage the network security capabilities also quite important. Things like implementing network security policies are helping to make sure encrypt rest in transit or rest in like motion. Some things like most people I see in the real world is maybe they are just within the cluster. It's okay to not encrypt maybe pod to pod or service to service. What if one of the pod or service internally is malicious or backdoor? Maybe they can listen to all the traffic, or like maybe this data or systems, right? It depends on how they schedule, how they communicate, right? So things like these are extremely overseen, and most people miss out, and these will bring a lot of security concerns and risks in real world, and especially regulated industries like fintech and health industries, right? So finally, I think the runtime security, I think this is quite getting extremely useful, because things like near real-time capabilities, especially what's going really happening in the Kubernetes, because containers going to spin up and going to shut down in a matter of seconds. As an attacker or like maybe defender, you wanted to quickly able to understand and detect those alerts or maybe attacks, and able to respond them in near real-time fashion, right? So things like this is quite advanced, and at least some of the companies I work as consultant seen quite a lot of maturity gap in the runtime security, or how they detect security attacks in Kubernetes world, or maybe most of the infrastructure in modern like maybe it's just not Kubernetes, right? Any container orchestration world, because of the nature of Kubernetes or containers is quite different from traditional world. So detection capabilities is not matured in the real world or industry side, right? So that's where this whole talk comes into the picture actually. How can we learn and practice so that we can able to bridge these gaps in different layers, or maybe bring some security capabilities, or understand them so that you don't want to make these mistakes and build a bad practice in your organizations, right? So that's where I wanted to introduce a project called Kubernetes Code. I just asked a simple question to ChatGPT, right? What is just exactly Kubernetes Code? So I definitely don't want to go through all this the example. So in a simple, Kubernetes Code is basically deliberately vulnerable by design Kubernetes cluster, which is basically has intentionally known vulnerabilities, which is commonly happen in the real world, so that you can go back and practice them, so that you can secure your clusters, are able to understand real world attacks, are able to basically fix them using security tools or products. So yeah, it's basically both offensive and defensive, as well as people can use as a vendors as well, right? So big disclaimer again, as I mentioned, it's a deliberately intentionally vulnerable application. Please do not run this in your production clusters or any workloads, because it has ton of security of misconfigurations and vulnerabilities. If someone basically has access, basically they can take over complete cluster, right? And also these vulnerabilities are showcased completely for education purpose. So please do not go back and just test because you have access to some cluster in the internet, right? Okay, now you said all the context. So how can I get started, right? Can I really use the Kubernetes code? So Kubernetes code is intended for a variety of audience. So think of this like a different spectrum of audience. So if you're someone completely coming from attacker or red team, maybe you can learn to find vulnerabilities or use Kubernetes code to understand how I can hack the Kubernetes clusters, or maybe find real world vulnerabilities or misconfigurations, or maybe privilege escalations or container escapes, right? Whatnot. So if you're coming completely from different side, like defenders or blue teams or detection side, maybe you can learn all these attacks and see how you can able to detect these vulnerabilities or mitigate them, or like maybe write a fine-tuned rule or create some TTP actions, right? Mapping back to Metri or what kind of frameworks you have. And I think Kubernetes code also comes bundled with a lot of defensive scenarios, things like Falco, eBPF, and a bunch of the other things, right? How you detect these vulnerabilities in real-time fashion. And I definitely don't want to go much deeper, and I don't want to leave this. Developers and DevOps has huge impact in this, the modern infrastructure. So helping them to understand how these simple misconfigurations could be fixable and how much impact it will bring in a real world, like maybe in the business or the production, right? So it will make an immense effort to fix or reduce a lot of security issues. So this has been proven, at least I work with a bunch of companies doing consulting, a lot of security issues fixed in the developers or DevOps stage in a large scale. It is very scalable to the organization also, how you can fix these issues in the real world, right? And I have seen with a lot of vendors as well leveraging Kubernetes code, things like Microsoft Defenders and a bunch of other companies leverage Kubernetes code to see really if their products, what they say is working or not, and can they able to detect these vulnerabilities, right? These are a bunch of the vulnerabilities currently we have in Kubernetes code. Definitely, it's a quite active and quite slow project, but it's been quite stable and quite a longer project. We have ton of projects scenarios coming up, but this is something you can try out right now, right from your browser or like cluster, right? So you can quickly set up the Kubernetes code using any one of the formats, like using your own vanilla Kubernetes clusters to K3s or whatnot, right? So you can set it up as simple as like cloning this repository. Definitely check it out what it's going to install. It's going to set up a bunch of vulnerable applications and pods and deployments and cron jobs, whatnot, right? So once you're able to set it up, you should be able to see this up and running status of the Kubernetes code pods and everything. Then basically you should be able to see this home, which is Kubernetes code home, right? So it's basically quite designed towards pretty much anyone who wanted to learn Kubernetes security. It doesn't matter if their background is security or someone developer or DevOps, or maybe even like someone who's looking into different aspects, right? So this has complete detailed guide. I quickly going to go through some of the scenarios and guide, but this is where you can refer madhokla.com/Kubernetes code. It's extensively documented than any commercial product or vendor, even though it's open source. So we also try to map it back bunch of these scenarios with popular projects like Kubernetes code to open source Kubernetes top 10 OWASP, right? So some of these scenarios, if you want to learn how you can practice them in a real world, right? Even though with mid-array mapping, like it in attack framework, slowly we're going to implement defend as well, which is like a defensive side. So you can try out a bunch of these scenarios in real world as well, right? So let me quickly showcase and how you can learn and further you explore, so that you can go back and explore the Kubernetes code project and basically fasten your learning, right? So if you head back to Kubernetes code project, which is definitely a bit active, so you can refer the documentation and the setup here, or if you're someone basically wanted a very guided thing, basically you can go to the Kubernetes code documentation here. Yeah, it's quite a popular project. I also didn't see that many pulls, almost 1.6 million. Cool. So basically you can refer the all documentation here. So each and everything, as I said, mapped back to some of these frameworks. Let's click on one of the scenario, for example. So Docker and Docker. So each scenario is quite designed towards a learning experience, as well as someone who is security learning as an attacker side or defender side, or maybe even developers and DevOps, right? So if you look at simple scenario like container escape, like Docker and Docker exploitation, so you kind of have an overview, and there is a guided like image basically trying to showcase and explain what exactly this attack, because there is a container socket mapped from the host system to container. So basically we leverage this to exploit and gain access to the host system. Maybe you can access from here host processors, host networks, and basically other containers, right? And pretty much. So it kind of explains how you can solve this scenario, and it explains how it relates to real world examples. And if you are someone already set up, you can click to this link. Basically, it will open up the application as you're getting started. So from there, how you can exploit and solve. If you're someone wanted to solve this as a challenge, you can stop it here and go ahead and solve. And it also have a bunch of goals. What is the outcome of solving the scenario? And it will also have some hints if you stuck somewhere, basically. So yeah, this is quite handy if you are someone trying to learn and without seeing the solution. But if you are someone completely want to try out like by learning, and if you stuck, basically you can also refer through the solution and walk through. So each of the scenario has a detailed walkthrough on some of the references, right? So there are a ton of scenarios like container escape to the host system and Docker in Docker, as you see, ton of other attacks. So even if you are someone completely coming from maybe compliance or non-security, or maybe, sorry, a different world. So there is things like CS benchmarks where you can adopt like apply compliance checks for both Kubernetes and Docker, and how you can adopt them. And if you're someone trying to come from maybe most probably defensive side, maybe you also have some things like doing file code detection, like how you detect certain attacks in real time using things like sysdig falcom, or maybe even eBPF, like how you can detect some of these attacks, right? So I would definitely not going to go through all of them, given we have 30 minutes of the time. But as you've seen, there is quite a lot of the things, and yeah, I will be going back to the session. So let me quickly go back. Yeah, so the adoption is definitely quite huge. Even things like bigger industry vendors like Microsoft Defenders use this to see if they really detect these vulnerabilities in a real world, right? So please try to give it a feedback of the project. So there is a ton of other things coming up, especially more scenarios and how we can work with a lot of OSs and vendor tools so that we can bridge the gap between the real world security vendors and security attacks happening in the real world, right? And a lot of push towards how developers can adopt and learn security, because that is something we have seen personally. I have seen it would be huge benefit if you wanted to scale security at a company where you wanted to build secure best practices or scalable security in the Kubernetes, right? So we wanted to build more scenarios. If you're someone wanted to contribute, please feel free to come back. And one thing I can definitely expect or at least ask from you is please do share the love with the community. Give it a try, contribute if you have any ideas and suggestions, or just start in a GitHub, right? So with that, I wanted to thank you so much for giving this opportunity, for sharing the project with the audience and wonderful community. And I would be really happy if you have any questions to take, or if you want to tweet to me later as well. You can follow me at Madhu Akula. But yeah, just waiting for the questions. Thanks again.
Thank you, Madhu, for your talk. We do actually have a question for you. What are the common vulnerabilities and misconfiguration in Kubernetes clusters?
Definitely quite a lot of them. So one of the most common thing extremely I have seen at least is RBACs. So most people assume like they're completely secure and give wider permissions, and simple things like resource names, maybe how granular you can give permissions, can basically leave it to privilege escalations and cluster takeovers, right? So misconfigurations, at least from Red Hat state of the report, a lot of security incident, 90 to 95% comes in Kubernetes from misconfigurations, I think. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, did you have any more questions? Do you have questions for the?
We've got to keep the ship rolling on. I'm afraid we're trying to get back on track here. So thank you, Madhu. That was awesome, as usual. And let's just put the slide up with the giveaway code, Sonia.
Yes.
How do we get that?
Yeah.
There we go.
Here,
there we go. So that's your second code of the day today. So you now have enough codes to enter the draw if you've been watching from the start. Yeah, win yourself
those are
Nintendo Switch.
very nice codes. How you generate, I don't know. Very nice.
Thank you again, Madhu, for your talk.
Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you.
Right.
And we're going to announce
next
the
speaker to the stage.
Wait.
I keep forgetting the video. Thank you,
I know,
Sonia.
it's cool.
So our next speaker is a very good friend of mine, and hopefully needs very little introduction in the world, at least in the world of cloud native security. Andy Martin is the CEO of Control Plane. Yeah, we're bang back on time now, Andy. So I'm going to hand you the floor and let you crack on.
Okay, I will do my best to maintain the timekeeping that I've been gifted. Thank you very much, and hello and welcome. We are going to talk about cloud native supply chains, how they can be attacked and consequently defended. I'm very thankful to my colleague Francesco for co-authoring this talk with me. So we'll take a risk-based view of supply chain attacks against our systems. We'll compare different controls that are available to us in this modern day and age. We will examine how they all hang together and propose a solution for end-to-end supply chain security. I am, as my gracious hosts introduced me, Andy, CEO and founder at Control Plane. I also do pro bono and community work in tag security, where we help to assure software that is coming through the CNCF. So as a project like Flux or Prometheus or not Kubernetes itself, we didn't exist then, but as they graduate through the different stages of CNCF maturity, we provide a community-driven assurance. It's fantastically interesting, if I don't say so myself, and it's a place that I learned a huge amount about not only cloud native security from a generalized maintainer perspective, but also about how to be successful in open source and a lot of the collaborative points. So I very strongly encourage you to join if you are interested. We have an EMEA time zoned meeting every second Wednesday at 1 p.m. London time. That's all on the repo, Tag Security CNCF. Please join us if you're so inclined. And finally, I work at Open UK with my esteemed friend, Mr. Matt Jarvis, as well, where we look to try and assist regulation for open data, open source, and open hardware. And again, it's a fantastic community of voluntary professionals. I strongly encourage you just to observe any of those things if you find them interesting. Okay, I've also written more than I speak, unbelievably. This book with my dear friend, Mr. Michael Hasselblass, is available as a free 50% download behind an email wall. The link is there as well. Various different attacks on Kubernetes, all good stuff to throw at Madhu's Kube Goat as well, if we're following on from the last fantastic presentation. Okay, we are Control Plane, spread across the world, and this is our agenda. What is the problem? How do we threat model it, and how shall we fix it? Okay, what are these existential questions we ask ourselves? This is only really addressing the tip of the iceberg, and there is plenty more, but that is a TLDR. What is the problem? So what is this nebulous concept of a supply chain? It is anything that we depend upon across any sector or vertical. In a military scenario, this is, of course, hardware and software that run on vehicles, weapons even, and understanding from where did this thing come, who built it, and do we really trust it? There's potential for other nation states to interfere in each other's supply chains, of course. Pharmaceutically, this is what is the composition of the chemical compound that I'm going to feed to a human. We have such strict assurance and scrutiny on those things. We must ensure that we feed people the correct dosage, the correct compound. For software, what does this mean then? It is anything that constitutes the final application running in production. That definition is unwieldy and monstrous, but that's what we're left with. This is how open source is advantageous for everybody by giving very low barrier to entry and massive amounts of code reuse, but it also comes with built-in anonymity and trust. that is being challenged. Now nation states have got wind of it, and now every organization is basically an open source organization. So this is a super simplified supply chain. The problem here is if our nefarious adversary, the dread pirate Captain Hashjack, can get his mucky paws on one of our dependencies, ultimately he is then able to run code in production. This is the nightmare scenario that we look to avoid. The way he does that in this case is by infecting a third-party dependency. That could be an operating system, probably not that likely. An application dependency, well, open source with everything in NPM and the PyPI registry and Ruby gems, there's a huge amount of code there, millions and millions of lines of code, and it is not as well scrutinized as it should be. That story has got dramatically better over the past 2 years, thanks to things like SolarWinds. We can now perform a more in-depth analysis with machine learning approaches as well, which can help to indicate whether code is malicious, irrespective of whether there's an existing signature for that type of attack. But of course, mileage will vary. There is not generalized AI yet, so it still makes sense to defend ourselves against the inevitable. Or finally, it could be a piece of vendor software. Vendor software really is the worst form of attack, the worst vector in this situation. SolarWinds distributed signed, legitimate, but compromised software to its consumers. As a producer, the expectation is that that producer is not only signing so that we have that signature and that trust, and we can cryptographically verify via a side channel that this is the artifact that they gave to us, but also tightened security practices, a low mean time to remediation for compromises or for upstream issues with their supply chain. And in this case, a foreign nation state adversary was able to get into their build infrastructure, subvert a build, and push malicious software into their signing infrastructure, which was then legitimately rubber stamped and passed on to their consumers. So as we see, the operating system is a bit difficult. The application dependency landscape is massive and the current form of battleground. And the vendor landscape is far more insidious because we have an existing deep level of trust with any vendor that we exchange financial information with. Ultimately, if we're paying for a service, then we have contracts and legals in place that give us a higher level of trust and expectation. It's not always justified. Okay, so what do we do with one of these implants? Once we've got code into the supply chain for an organization we're attacking, then we want to get remote command and control of something in their infrastructure. There are various off-the-shelf products to do this. There are some leaked nation state products to do this. There are some private hacking team products, or you could just use Bash, which of course is my Stockholm syndrome. Ultimately, all of these things enable command and control. So we place an implant onto the victim's machine that executes on their machine and fires some sort of communication back to an endpoint that the attacker controls. In this case, we're doing a reverse TCP shell. Again, we can just do this with Bash. There are other ways to do it. We can use third parties. IRC used to be a popular mechanism. This is very similar to what botnets do. Maintaining command and control, or C2. I mean, we can even use strange stateless things like ICMP to gradually compress and leak data. We can push through third-party repositories, anything that allows mutability. GitHub, container registries, gives us a potential command and control channel. There's a big lesson here, which is we're supposed to be behind the firewall, but actually the way this works busts through firewalls unless we specifically enable egress filtering, which is, as the Log4Shell vulnerability showed to us, very rare indeed. So let's just have a look at why egress filtering is mandatory for any seriously secure organization, or securely serious. The dread pirate Captain Hashjack is sneaking his code into this third-party dependency. What happens next? Well, that malicious dependency gets bundled up into developers' code. This might be through typo squatting, where left pad with a hyphen is duplicated by left pad without a hyphen, just one word. Developer adds that to their package JSON. They make a typo, but the same code is duplicated to both endpoints. The attacker controls one of them, and the other is the legitimate version. The attacker can then continue to duplicate legitimate code to their typo squatted package until they want to enable an attack. Maybe they've got 100,000 downloads. At that point, they inject malicious code. If dependencies aren't pinned, it will just be installed by the next version. And then there is a window of risk during which malicious code will be uploaded and run in CI, and then potentially, as we can see here, if it's in the dependency, in the developer code, and then into the malicious container image, it will then be built into that container that's deployed into production. So we have a front-end deployment here with an implant in. This implant is a command and control instigator of some description, and that makes this reverse shell call to an attacker-controlled endpoint. The important thing to note here is there are plenty of ways to stop this from happening. Intrusion detection is the last line of defense for anything, of course. We can also, as I've been talking about, prevent outbound egress to unknown IPs. Now, most of the time, because egress filtering has an overhead for humans to manage, and a developer overhead as well, because we don't necessarily expect an outbound connection to just suddenly fail in production versus a different environment, for example. However, in the event of somebody gaining remote code execution in your production infrastructure, which is exactly what happened with Log4Shell, widely deployed code, but nevertheless, nothing is inherently secure, and we can't guarantee that there are no remote code execution vulnerabilities in our code in production today. So we defend in depth, and we will get more into that as we progress through the talk. And so at this point, once the attacker has established some presence, they can run with the permissions of the workload in the cluster, and they can begin to escalate, to observe the visible horizon, and to look how to pivot into other endpoints on the system as well. So how do we attack a supply chain? We can start with a supplier. This is someone who is providing code into the system. So we're talking again about our package repositories, about our operating systems. We can infect a trusted package that runs as root. I hope we're not doubly getting releases straight from GitHub, but we probably are in some places. Docker normalized that to a large extent. Not that it wasn't there already. We can infect the source code. If someone leaves their laptop open in a coffee shop, it's not very much effort to just drop an implant on there and then again gain remote control on that. And then use the developer's privilege, their Git keys, the SSH, 2FA, sorry, not 2FA, a GPG signature. 2FA if they're going to steal session tokens for OAuth 2, for example, which could then directly impact production. The source repository, again, it kind of depends on where that repository is hosted. Self-hosted is a bit easier to attack potentially than attacking GitHub infrastructure, which is very unlikely. So instead, attacking perhaps GitHub authentication, stealing credentials might be a more likely route there. Build infrastructure is the SolarWinds question, and the runtime environment is, can we infect the base image almost for containers today? Okay, so let's take a quick look at what's possible in terms of supply chain threats. It is pretty bad. If there's anything that computer security teaches us, is it can always get worse. What we don't really want to see, of course, is further supply chain attacks. And this concept of a stream of attacks is really where the amplification of a supply chain attack can be so harrowing. And again, SolarWinds is the poster child in many ways. The attackers had so many targets to choose from that there wasn't evidence of any attack in the majority. But then they attacked Microsoft a lot, that they attacked the UK government infrastructure, sorry, US government infrastructure, as well as a number of private companies of sort of less repute. But the extent of the attack was huge. So all of these things are problematic, but amplifying and sort of escalating the attack across a wide network is is really the terrifying situation. Tag security, maintain a list of supply chain compromises. Kudos to everybody who contributes into this as well. If you'd like to see what broadly we're having problems with in this day and age, here is a short list. Okay, so that was a quick run through. Let's have a look at the problem space. Why is this so difficult? Because of the expanse, because of the number of pieces of software, the amount of contributors, and ultimately also the speed of updates. A lot of software installed is not at the latest version, and CVEs are released. It is only really with the dawn of containers that we have started software composition analysis en masse. Obviously, we then have a secondary problem, which is that CVEs don't necessarily correlate correctly, and signing off whether to use a potentially vulnerable piece of software in production is the hardest job in security. Vulnerability assessors take a personal risk, gamble, if you like, in doing so. There are mechanisms, including VEX, to attempt to simplify this process, but it all hinges on trust. And ultimately, we'll dig into trust slightly more. Ultimately, this problem space is huge because traditionally we've trusted everybody, and now we've realized there are more nefarious actors involved, and we need to reassess exactly who and why we trust what and who. What a sentence. Okay, so what will we do about this problem? We can just ignore everything. Well, that won't work. Financial institutions, governments, critical national infrastructure, everybody is using open source software. It has eaten the world in the way that software was predicted to, and we're infinitely grateful. I'm tremendously pleased at the fact. We use them and don't care. Well, we wouldn't do that. That's not accepting risk. That is a blasé, laissez-faire attitude and professional negligence. Or we secure everything. Well, we can never secure anything. Nothing is entirely secure. And this is a recipe for disaster because we will not have usable security. We will not have developer retention. And we'll probably have a frustrated egging of the security department at the appropriate juncture. So instead, we undertake threat models. Then we map them to standards and best practices, we build out reference architectures, and we incrementally improve. This is how I undertake my consulting engagements. This is how we work best with large organizational transformations, large departments, etc. For small teams, you can even take a lot of this off the shelf. So hooray for open source. All right, so let's have a look at a threat model. Threat modeling supply chains. We will look at a system a little bit like this. This high-level reference architecture as an example. So what do we have here? Well, first of all, we have artifacts. And that artifact storage at the top is some form of registry. So that may include binaries, images, it might be a nexus, it might be an artifactory, it might be just containers if we've decided to put everything in an OCI compatible architect. Beneath that, we have a metadata store. Metadata is anything generated in the build process. So test and vulnerability reports, pipeline executions, SBOMs, VEX documents, manual interventions, etc. It's critical that that is signed, and we'll look at how the signing interplays with this in a moment. Then the build might have a local runtime temporary storage for artifacts being pushed to the main artifact repository. This seems normal. Having a cache is not unusual, but it's another point for tampering and something we should be cognizant of. And then finally, we have an attestation phase here with node attesters, workload attesters, and pipeline observers, which capture verifiable metadata from pipeline processes. These can also be used to feed an admission controller at runtime, both when the pipeline is instantiated, but also when the artifact is finally deployed to production. Okay, so that's what we'll look at. What will we do? Well, systematically, threat modeling is about unifying different ideas and approaches to a complex problem space. Systems are inherently complex in the technological landscape that we inhabit. This gives us an opportunity to take dissenting or conflicting views, find the middle ground, draw the security architecture or the topography of the system on a whiteboard and make sure that we all agree. Because often there is not agreement around these things. Once we have that idea, we look at how data flows through the system. What is the classification of data at each specific point? Are there some obvious anomalies where we wouldn't want data crossing from one place to another? How do we then extract security controls from those risks that we find? And then how do we build out attack trees which show us paths that the attacker could take through the system that we then apply countermeasures and controls to in order to quantify and measurably secure the system in a way that makes sense today and also lives in perpetuity for future maintainers of the system who otherwise may not have a clear idea of why a particular control exists. Okay, so we ask, first of all, what are we building? This is diagrams, project background, all sorts of stakeholders, our initial architecture diagrams. What's the worst that could happen? Catastrophization incarnate. No wrong answers, going wild, quantum cryptography breaks the internet, for example. Okay, then we go to stage 3. How can we reduce the risk of bad things happening? Well, we probably can't invest in quantum cryptography research to stay ahead of things. We know that there are quantum resistant algorithms coming out or being tested at internet scale by Google and Cloudflare and the like. So we should probably make sure we just have a Cypher review. If we really need TLS 1.2 support, we can leave it on. But if we don't, maybe it's beneficial to enable it. To disable TLS 1.2. But then we put that in a list of other threats, like there's currently no authentication on the main site. Okay, well, the threat there is that somebody comes and steals all the data. That is the highest order and the highest precedence to fix. And TLS 1.2, 1.3 bike shedding can kind of wait until we've actually made sensible security decisions for the system. So all of these things are quantified, ordered, and give us a view into actually securing a system instead of kind of hand-waving the, it's not necessarily FUDs, but we want to make decisions as clear as possible to get buy-in from the operators and developers to actually perform some of the work and make sure that we have tests that validate those things. And then stage 4 is just rerunning the loop. Did we do a good job? If not, let's capture those as risks for the next time through this process. If we did, happy days. Let's schedule the next time we do this, either the next major release, 6, 12, 18 months, whatever the system needs. Okay, so what are we building? Well, we're looking at the supply chain components and data flows of our CI. We want to understand what the supply chain is for, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the system are the business impacts. If the system suddenly is entirely public and everyone can read all the data, are we safe? Probably not. Integrity, if people start tampering with artifacts, injecting implants, are we safe? Well, we might be, probably not, but our consumers certainly will not be. And availability, will we have a business impact if we can't run the system? Yes, we won't be able to package and sell our software. And then the operating model, looking at how teams actually use the thing internally. A quick shout out to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Nick Simpson from the Control Plane Security team. These are some toxic combinations. These would typically be individual threat models because one major focus on threat modeling is to scope things down as narrowly and tightly as possible to avoid, again, bike shedding, generalized brain overload and scope creep. So it makes a lot of sense to capture everything, but descoping and putting into a pile for the next threat model or for one layer of abstraction further out on a threat model is a helpful process because it means we can complete a threat model in a reasonable amount of days instead of just an unending process. So what's the worst that could happen? We play through some scenarios. The business may have an awareness of these. We can also transmute scenarios from other organizations. We can use the SolarWinds example, for example. And then we look at threats. We gather these threats from internal threat libraries, external MITRE, financial services attack vectors from the CNCF, OSINT, other SIGs and tags. We look at the attack path. These are the steps required to perform a compromise. sometimes there are junctures where multiple compromises can occur from one level, from one point of entry. And then we build attack trees to make sure everybody agrees. There's nothing worse than an abstract, hand-wavy security talk, he says, self-referentially, or conversation, because a lack of understanding means that if it's not clearly communicated, not everybody can contribute. And really, the magic of security is not in security experts, it's in understanding what everybody else thinks and then helping to prioritize those threats. So it's not about coming in and just sort of waving your arms about post-quantum cryptography, as I did. It's more about understanding from the developers, where do you think the threats to this system are? You work with it every day. You're intimately aware of design decisions and how things have changed over time. So the attack trees are a way of going back to those people and saying, this is what we think an attacker will do to get into the system. Do you agree? And they can say, well, actually, no, because that jump you've made there, there's no routing between those two systems. So you can't actually do a TCP-based jump across that network. And then we can say, oh, fine, we didn't understand that from the initial diagrams. Let's go and make sure they're up to date and correct. What about this route? Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Again, bringing everyone forward together is far more outcome focused than just kind of hypothesizing on these things in isolation. Lots of threats. I mentioned these briefly. We're looking to define those and then play those back over what we suspect is the problem. So, threats to supply chain security properties. Now, we really must preserve the source, build, and runtime integrity along our supply chain. We'll look in detail at how exactly these work and start off with how integrity can be compromised. So these threats can be quite useful, but the exploitation is obviously a lot more useful. Let's start at the top of the diagram and work down. So in the replace artifacts in the top right, if the artifact is built, tested, signed, and pushed to an artifact storage, and we can then upload our own signature and our own artifact, we would have had to compromise the signing key to do that, of course. Then it doesn't matter what happened in the rest of the build chain because we've just injected our implant straight in there. Obviously, that's a bad day. We can bypass CI/CD entirely, as in if we can get deployment to production. Again, we may need to falsify some signatures, but if we can just deploy to production because we've got into the cluster, then we can just run directly in production. Of course, from a Kubernetes perspective, if we go through admission control, then we will be subject to signature tests potentially. If we go directly through, for example, shadow pods, we're not subject to admission control. That requires a kubelet compromise beforehand. Interestingly, Cryo are doing some work to perform validation on the runtime itself, which interestingly would help there. Then we'd require some reconfiguration of Cryo to run the thing, or just stop running in containers if we've compromised production. Bypassing CI/CD is a case of just running exploits. Down to compromised source control. Of course, if we compromise source control, we do leave a history in terms of what we've committed, but everything is built legitimately. So as long as our test infrastructure doesn't detect this, we will be able to deploy to production with our implant. A bad code submit, same kind of idea. Instead of altering the code in the version control system itself, we assume the identity of a developer by compromising their local machine or compromising their password. Ultimately, if there's no 2FA, we could just log into GitHub and do a commit that way. Then we have code tampering, the same kind of energy as the compromised source control and the bad code submit, except it's in between the source stage and the build stage. We'll map this onto an open framework in a few slides and just see how to remediate this kind of thing. And then finally, compromised build, platform, or process. So it accepts some commands from the orchestrator, but it runs whatever it wants, or that there's a compromised CI/CD test runner. So once we've got those potential threats, we've identified them, we want to build attack trees. This is a visual representation of an attack on a system. These should enhance the threat modeling process they can get complex. And again, scoping down really helps perception, ease of communication to stakeholders, and ultimately the ease of maintenance as the system inevitably lives for decades, maybe. Okay. How do we reduce the risk? Well, we look to conform to compliance requirements somewhere when we've identified them. My headphones decided to spontaneously run out of battery. I do apologize. Right. Yes, so controls, the system under maintenance or under modeling should be aware of the compliance requirements it needs. And we can help to map those back onto the controls that we deploy. And we use these controls to break the attack train, train or chain. So essentially what we're doing here is there are branches to this attack tree, and we're looking to apply controls that slice through one or more of those branches. The decision we make when applying a control is it maintainable? Does it solve the problem that we're looking to solve? And does it have the side effect or the intended effect of cutting other branches at the same time in order to maximize the usability and the maintainability of the system? So we design for what we have now. In the future, if the system is under continued maintenance or it ships new features, security teams will want to know, do any of the existing controls help to mitigate attacks on the new features? Maybe they will, maybe they won't, and it makes sense to wind something back to implement new controls. These are the kind of things that an attack tree makes blindingly obvious, which is a British expression for which makes obvious. And so, did we do a good job? Just to highlight the importance of testing the controls implementation, it's all very well shipping these things, but they must be tested and done in an automated fashion. This then requires, of course, further advanced DevSecOps principles, securing extra test infrastructure. Ultimately, we're trying to reduce human interaction in the whole process. That comes with its own risk, of course, but is well within scope for more enlightened sets of maintainers. Okie dokie. So we understand that with threat modeling, we have a way to identify threats, somewhere to list them, and to assess how much damage can they make. We can prioritize, we can build controls to break attack trains, or they're going to be attack trains from now on. Attack chains, or at the very least, slow down our adversary. The Dread Pirate Captain hashtag, of course. Historically, not many people have focused on supply chains, but this has changed as software has eaten the world. So in the last few minutes, let's look at frameworks, some architectural recommendations, best practices, and controls to secure our supply chain. Okay, let's start from the SALSA provenance view. The recommendations from for provenance itself are sign things, distribute builds, and run policy as code. Provenance is something that says the producer created this thing, and as a consumer, I can prove that. So I'm proving that my producer created something. We'll dig more into that in a moment. The Cloud Native Security white paper from Tag Security again suggests some defined dedicated steps here. Verifying, check that cryptographic verification of provenance, and metadata can do that for you. So signing a blob of JSON saying this hash has been scanned to have these things in it, created by these people, etc. SBOM, but also there's some other bits there that are more inherent in the fact the signature exists, which says at the time this was signed, the person in control of this signing key liked this thing enough to sign it. It does not mean it's correct. And that in itself is the huge seething pit of snakes in SBOM supply chain security. Why would we trust an SBOM if we're running software composition analysis on the software anyway? If it comes from a closed source vendor, yes, that makes some sense. If there's no introspection into the code, yeah, that still makes some sense there. But if somebody's attacked the upstream and we have a compromised package, the SBOM will also be compromised. So that cryptographic verification is only as good as the data we're verifying. There's a crap in, crap out aphorism in there. Onto automation, deterministic pipelines, absolutely essential. We have to have bit for bit binary reproducibility on the artifacts that we create. I build the same thing in two different places, I hash them both, and they should both match the hash. Temporal changes, time zones, locale ordering, this kind of thing, confound that and prevent actual hash comparison, but that's really essential for all of these things. Reproducibility is the keystone or the cornerstone upon which they are built or upon which the arch hangs. Controlled environments, of course, least privilege, we know this, and secure access stands to reason. We look at this in 5 different stages in the white paper. So just a run through quickly of the controls that we can apply to all of these stages. Verification, sign the commits. This is, I mean, this is, I'll hide all the keys because they can be observed, but I carry a YubiKey around with me religiously, and that YubiKey contains a GPG signature, and that signature is used to say, when I made this git commit to this to GitHub or some repo or wherever it's going to be, I was in control of, well, I liked what I'm signing enough to sign it with the key I'm in control of. This is 2FA for identity. Everything here is based on identity. And yes, this does help to mitigate against, for example, locally compromised devices, because they still require that second, that 2FA signature, and it becomes more difficult. I mean, it's still possible to do because there is a cache involved and somebody could access the local machine, wait for you to commit, and then just jump straight in to use the GPG cache. But again, it makes things a lot more difficult and a lot more targeted. Automation, prevent committing secrets to repos. Fortunately, GitHub does a lot of this for us now. Coding conventions and scanning, yes, of course. Controlling environments, 4 eyes on pull requests. There is some contention about how exactly this is done. I really adore pair programming. In many places, that counts as 4 eyes, so we can commit into in something a bit more quickly, or a pair can merge their own commits. That does then reduce the kind of more general information disclosure across the group where people are looking at pull requests and reviewing. So salt to taste, your mileage will vary for your team. And protected branches, of course, we don't want people just pushing to production. Multi-factor authentication for everything, all our keys, everything should have MFA and 2FA. And short-lived ephemeral credentials. These are service and workload identities, machine identities, often anchored in trusted platform modules or trusted execution environments that mean hardware can sign information to prove that, again, it was in control of the key, and at that point, it liked it. That's incredibly useful to build up this huge chain of trust throughout an organization, and is very much the spiffy spire angle of choice. Of course, end user devices and keys should be secured properly. Third-party artifacts, we really care about verifying that they are the correct ones. Lots of tools will do that for you these days. Build based upon the source code, e.g. watch out for cache poisoning. Again, your mileage will vary here depending on the size of the caches you require. If you invalidate all caches all the time, your developers will not be very happy, and you'll probably suffer atrophy in those departments. Prioritize trusted package managers. Yes, of course. Google has released an assured open source package manager, which is awesome. Red Hat have, of course, been doing this for a long time. It sort of remains to be seen where that goes with recent announcements. Immutable SBOMs are useful. The trust question is really paramount here, and we should not trust an SBOM enough to avoid software composition analysis. And of course, scan software for vulnerabilities. There's all sorts, there's still a couple more here, just running through them quickly again. Validate runtime security of build workers. Make sure that you're actually running what you think you're running. We can anchor processes and TPMs here again. Testify Sec have got some really interesting products in the space. Automation, pipelines defined as code, make sure they're transparent and not just a bunch of bash. Even if they are bash, make sure you're testing, got safe mode on. The BATS test system is excellent as well. Single use build workers, we can still inject cache into those, but polluting the build environment and risking ghosting of information between different builds is high risk. And segregating builds based upon data classification in the same way we do with production is sensible for an organization that has enough build workers to do that with. Segregating duties, yep, that's what I just duplicated myself in. Write output to a separate secured storage repo. So this is the concept of moving things through different repositories as they escalate towards production and ensuring there's segregation between them so that internal attackers, if you like, are not able to just jump straight in. And short-lived workload credentials, as always. Almost there. So verification here at the orchestration stage. Verify every step with those metadata posts. Use a store to manage that metadata. There are open source ones. Rotate and revoke, limit artifacts, and encrypt artifacts before distribution. Again, mileage will vary on this one. For some systems, this is a prerequisite. For a lot of open source systems, we can get away with not maintaining the IP because the contents are not private, they're open source, and just pushing the metadata. And then finally, verification here, admission control and production. We pull those artifacts and we push them somewhere that we trust and revalidate it. Okay, so a lot of that maps nicely to SALSA, the supply chain levels for software artifacts. The threat model of SALSA is similar and models many of the things that we've spoken about already in this presentation. This is a high level view with slightly less detail, but you can see there's plenty of opportunities for compromise at every stage. So SALSA has a view on how we secure things. It's useful in that it escalates from basics to level 4, which is fully comprehensive. We can see here, it does so incrementally, which allows people to just adopt little pieces. We're looking at protecting the build. See, all we need to do for SALSA level 1 is script the build. Level 2, we want to use a service to actually run it. Level 3, we get a bit more difficult, isolation and ephemerality. But it's a useful way, as we can see, of identifying the potential risks and attacks that we have and defending against them. There is a concept of SALSA -1, which is saying it's all very well to talk about these advanced supply chain security features, but if you're running Jenkins on shared infrastructure, you're probably not in a great place to be thinking about instilling trust in your consumers. You probably want to make sure that you trust your own build system first, because otherwise we're back into this problem of trust. We sign something, we distribute it, and people say, lovely, we have an SBOM, that's got no vulnerabilities, let's deploy. We have to test the software composition of the artifacts that we take, and that is anchored on using a secure build system. So SALSA comes out of the Google Cloud mentality. Cloud build is SALSA compliant. That's a completely managed infrastructure with underlying physical security measures, etc. So just a note of strong consideration to ensure we secure the -1 in order to build upon a strong foundation. So lots of other good stuff here as we draw to a close. We want to harden our base image, distro-less containers with minimal dependencies, the Linux microcosm of containers. We use a standard security practices inside containers. We don't run as root, for example, and we make sure developers have the facility to debug images. Otherwise, again, we have to have developer compassion in the security tools and practices that we introduce. Then we get to the code. We sign our commits. Static analysis, reachability of potentially vulnerable functions, look at our dependencies, again, software and vulnerability composition, VEX for vulnerability exploitability exchange, which is theoretical, can this vulnerability be exploited? Still not seeing widespread adoption. SBOM generation and OpenSSF CI scorecard, because we care about the infrastructure and the patterns and practices almost more than someone producing evidence. We have to be sure that the evidence is based on something useful. Then we can trace the build. Is there anomalous information, anomalous behavior? Is the build calling out to unknown IP addresses and endpoints? Then we get into pipeline metadata. This is all the good stuff about artifact registries and metadata there. The Intoto project is the foundation of a lot of this work. It uses bits of the updated framework as well. Spiffy Spire is secure production identity. Oh, hold on, the other one, secure production infrastructure for everybody. Secure production infrastructure for everybody. I always get that slightly wrong. The software factory, Frisker is for repeatable software artifacts. All of these things are the kind of leading edge of where we're getting to in builds. Some of them are still under development, and build migrations are huge. So incrementally adopting bits of these is useful as well. We can drop all our evidence into a lake or a ledger like Guac or Recor. And of course, signing everything is important. And then all of our scanning best practices in there. These are our runtime pieces. We should always have security contexts and hardened security modules, least privilege, RBAC, as Madhu mentioned previously, and drift analysis to make sure that what we deploy today is still secure tomorrow. So pipeline metadata can give us everything. I mean, I adore this. It's very useful. It's also a huge volume of data. And with that, we have completed our agenda. The problem space is massive. So threat modeling really helps in these cases.
Cool.
Hello, it's all kicking off at once. No.
Yeah, that's where we need. Sorry, Andy. we had to keep the show on track, so you were a bit over.
I do apologize. That was it. Thank you very much.
No worries. I particularly enjoyed your bit about hand waving about post-quantum cryptography. I mean, who on earth would do that at any major conference?
It's unknown to me. I mean, it's impossible to tell.
Yeah, impossible to tell. Right. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Thank you. Cool. So we're going to have a quick break just to do some announcements. So the first one is we did have 3 really interesting sessions. So we had Ashish talking about the OS top 10 large language models. We had Madhu who talked about the Kubernetes GOAT. And we had Andrew talking about attacking the cloud native supply chain. By the way, if you missed the first part with the APJ, we have all of the sessions now live on the DevSecCon YouTube channel. So you can also have a look at these talks. Cool. We wanted also to thank all of the sponsors that we had for today for this DevSecCon 24. What else we have? Few giveaways. So don't forget that we have the DevSecCon 24 giveaway for a chance to win one of the 3 Nintendo Switches. So how to enter? You have to follow at DevSecCon on Twitter, and you have to DM us at least 2 codes on Twitter. So you have to follow the sessions today. And for all of the details, check out the pinned tweets on the DevSecCon account. What else do we have? We have Bright. Who's also so visit this Bright Security booth to have a chance to win one of 3 $100 gift cards. We also have GitGuardian to have a chance to win Lego sets and GitGuardian swag box. We also have Teleport to have a chance to win a hoodie and North Face backpack. We have Armor Code to have a chance to win $100 Amazon gift cards. Wiz to win a ticket to Black Hat USA. This is quite amazing for this one. What else? And again, other Nintendo Switches to win one of 2. You have to visit the Ops level booth. So make sure to visit all of the sponsor booth and you get a chance to win all of these prizes. What else do we have? The EMEA chapters. So this is just to remind you that we have all of these amazing EMEA chapters, including France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Italy, London, Netherlands, Nigeria, Poland, Switzerland, Wales, and more to come. So do make sure to follow or attend if you are in these countries. And also DevSecCon 24, DevSecCon for Good. So we remind you that all of the proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be heavenly distributed among these three global charities, which are One Tree Planted, Girls in Tech, and Net Hope. I just want to share with you that at the moment we are at $35,000. So yay, great job. And if you want to donate, make sure to click on the DevSecCon for Good button on the left side that you have on the platform. Cool. And now we will move on to our next speaker. Hey, hello, Hong.
Hey everyone, so nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
Cool. So yeah, we'll just Matt, do you want to introduce Hong?
I'll bring in Hung's slides.
Yep.
And,
okay.
We will.
Cool. So Hung is our one of our Sneak ambassador, and he's going to talk about how to dunk your junk into the cyber pool. So yeah, hand it over to you, Hung.
Yeah. Hey everyone, thanks for having me. And this is my talk on how to dunk your junk into the cyber pool. Hopefully this won't get too sexist. I hope so. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. As I've said, my name is Hung. I currently work for PwC as a cybersecurity engineer. I'm a long-time AppSec and DevSecOps enthusiast. I have a software development background with Python and C# being my all-time favorite. I do consider myself to be an author, as I have my own blog, which you can check it out. And I also authored some of the other projects as well. And I am a content-oriented DevRel. I collaborate with all these amazing companies that are creating the developer tools, and I help to promote them after I consider that they are amazing. But that's all about me. Let's move to my presentation and to our story, where I would like to introduce you to the main hero. Let's call him John. Let's give him some generic name as not to become too emotionally attached in case he dies throughout the presentation, which might happen or might not. So something about John. John is a recent agricultural college graduate, but he has some difficulties finding a job. So if any one of you have an open spot in your team, just reach out to me, let me know. I will connect you with John, and hopefully we will figure something out, and you can bring in John to become the asset for your team. What's important about John is that he's a hardworking and determined individual, and he always wanted to become a hero and help others. So one day, John is traveling through the country when he realized that, hey, there's a signboard and there's also a letter on it. So let's take a look. And in this letter, he can see that it's the old Uncle Sam who wants to recruit people to become the Cyber Knights. Cyber Knights are basically the people who are the elite within the country and who are protecting the kingdom from the cyber threats. After some consideration, John realizes that even he can become a Cyber Knight. But what should John do in order to become one? Well, first of all, he should really assess his situation and assess himself to find out what are his strengths and what are his weaknesses, what is his motivation, and what is his natural talent on what he can do. And he also can consider what is his background and how he can leverage this experience in order to become a Cyber Knight. After doing that, there's a step that's mostly quite important, and that's to learn the fundamentals. If you want to succeed in anything, basically, be it a software development or cybersecurity, you always have to have the solid understanding and the solid fundamentals. So John starts to ask himself some questions. For example, what is cyber? What is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad? Or for example, what's the security operations center? And after finding out the answers to these questions, he builds a small foundation of his skills. After that, he can move to more advanced questions. For example, how does the symmetric and asymmetric encryption work? Or what is SIEM, for example? And after answering them, he can even upskill. And after that, he can start to ask really hard questions. For example, how to prevent the cross-site scripting attack. And after he realizes how he should do that, then we can say that he has the solid understanding of the subject. And just like that, our level 1 cyber peasant John levels up and becomes a level 2 cyber squire, which is amazing. The next thing that John did was to travel throughout the country, and he noticed a small community. And within the community, there's a friendly priest. May the light bless you. I am a big fan of World of Warcraft, so you will find a lot of references to this game in this presentation. But our community struggles with some issues. Would you like to help us? Sure thing. There's a large slime who's all our data. Can you help us get rid of him? Well, John says yes, and but he haven't understand that some of the obstacles for the beginners might be quite large. For example, this is a level 10 monster. It's a slime, and like there's no chance he will be able to defeat it on his own. But the good thing with the communities is that there are a lot of other people who are much more skilled and who can show up from out of nowhere and help you. So, wait, what's that? Oh, it's a level 69 cyber wizard named Randall. And Randall is going to use some of his black magic and to obliterate this enormous slime. So, just like that, a level 2 cyber squire John levels up by asking for help, basically. And he becomes a level 3 cyber footman. So, there's quite a moment between Randall and John, and hey, I see that you don't shy away from danger. Have you considered teaching and sharing your experience? It might help others. Well, that one's true. Actually, when you are a beginner and you just acquired some of the skills, it's always nice to share it with others. And the best way how to do that is to basically create a content about it. If you, for example, create a cheat sheet on how to use your favorite application security tool and share it with others, it might help someone. And in fact, it can give you the visibility, and you can also promote yourself into becoming a leader. That sounds interesting. I should write an article on how to deal with slimes. So that's what basically John did. He wrote an article on how to kill cyber slimes. Wow, it's a fun to create content. I should do this more. Something is coming. I have just read your article and I love it. I'm going to reshare it to help you gain visibility. That's one of the crucial aspects as well. If you manage to reach out to some of the cybersecurity leaders and they like your content and your presentations and your ideas, they will most likely reshare it, which can boost your visibility and allow you and your content to get to much more people and to affect them. So just like that, John has more followers, and he leveled up from a level 3 cyber footman to a level 4 cyber knight. So he has finally done it. He has gained his position. He has gained the job he always wanted. And now what? He has finally become a cyber knight. And actually, that's where I am right now within my career. And what's most important is to never stop learning, basically. I am so fortunate to have a great manager who came and talked to me and managed to motivate me to get the best out of me. So the same way as myself, John basically started to improving on his fundamentals and learning more. And now you might ask, like, okay, will it become useful for him? We'll see. Oh, brave adventurer, please help us. The cyber dragon has taken our princess hostage and demands a ransom. Give me gold or I will eat the princess. But you do know what John's replies to it is? Well, actually, screw you. I have skilled up. I know that I should have a backup princess ready, so you can take your princess. I don't mind. Oof, you bested me. Well, the level 4 Cyber Knight John just levels up and becomes a level 5 Cyber King. So just to sum up the things, just to sum up the whole presentation on how you can become or how you can come from the cyber peasant to the cyber knight. You should first assess your situation. You should learn the fundamentals. It's also great to join the community. I don't want to give the promotions, but for example, the DevSecCon community is a great place to be. And you can meet a lot of like-minded folks over there who can motivate you to do other stuff, who can give you the inspiration or to cheer you up when you are down. That's always amazing. You should also start volunteering. For example, I have met some of the most amazing people just through volunteering. And to be honest, it's great. It changed my life. And last but not least, you should always continue your learning and development, because cybersecurity, or it doesn't matter if you are pursuing a career in the DevOps, in the DevSecOps, or in the Triceratops, for example, who knows what's going to be. It's all about learning. We always have to improve our skills and to become become better. Well, that's all by me. Feel free to reach out to me through my social media. I would much appreciate if you check my blog. I always like to connect with like-minded folks, and I would like to thank the DevSecCon community for having me.
Thank you, Hung. That was an awesome talk there. I've pressed the wrong button here. Where we got? How do we get 3 speakers on screen here, Sonia?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just gonna.
Yeah.
I'm finally back, but
yeah, thank you. No, that was brilliant, and I think lots of important lessons that folks can take away there from, how to move their careers forward. We had several folks comment on YouTube about loving your slides as well, so that was great.
Also, I see what you've done with your tagline: humorous, unique, nerdy genius. Hung?
Yeah.
See what you did there. Yeah. Thank you for your talk. And now we're gonna. Thank you. And now we're gonna move on to the next speaker.
Oh, we need to do the code.
Oh,
Sonia, yeah.
Yeah, that's if you want to win the Switches.
Trying to win a Nintendo Switch. Here is your latest code, and we will bring our next speaker onto the stage. You worried me for a second there, Adam. I saw you wandering off and thought we might have to fill.
Yeah, no, I won't bail you at the last second.
So, Adam, you're a solutions architect at Styra. Thank you for joining us for today's proceedings. If you'd like to share your screen, and then I can get you added in.
There we go.
So let's get that on screen. Fantastic. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. Hello, everybody who is watching today. Thank you for having me at DevSecCon. So today I'll be talking about how to implement zero trust authorization using the Open Policy Agent, which is an open source project developed by Styra. I'm Adam. I'm a solutions architect at Styra. So I work with Styra's customers on how to implement the Open Policy Agent, zero trust authorization, and our commercial product. So let's jump into it. How do we get from, first of all, to just start easy on this, how do we get from authenticating a user to actually authorizing them and deciding what kind of permissions would they have to our application? Our application today will be the Superbank backend, where customer support agents can log in and help Superbank's customers with their daily problems around their banking. So authenticating a user is a problem we have solved pretty well, actually. We have SaaS services like Auth0 and many others who manage our users, or we have internal users in LDAP servers, in Active Directory, etc. We can build single sign-on mechanisms, so users don't have to have different passwords to different systems. But ultimately, these users, once they have authenticated, they will come and access our system. And usually it's not just about whether they do or do not have access. So our system will have a set of permissions, and our users, once they authenticated, will know some things about them. So our set of permissions in the Superbank backend will be, and our user here is not the end user, but the customer support agent, in this case, Agent Brown. Agent Brown, we need to decide whether Agent Brown can view an account, can list the transactions on a bank account, or whether he can block the bank account. And let's say for Agent Brown, the answer to this question is yes, yes, and no. Now we'll have another agent called Agent Smith, who will actually have for whom the answers will be yes, yes, and yes. Agent Smith can do anything, while Agent Brown cannot block an account. Now, how can we model this situation? How can we manage these permissions and the different rights the different users have? First of all, we can categorize our users based on level of seniority. So let's say a level 1 customer support agent will have different rights than a level 2, and a level 2 will have fewer rights than a level 3 customer support agent. This way we'll simplify our lives to a degree. So we can, once we assign certain permissions to a level, we can also assign certain users to that level, and then those users will have those permissions. Let's make it a little bit more complicated. And let's say we have our bank is operating in the EU and the US, and our agents will be local. So an EU agent can't access US accounts, and the US agent can't access EU accounts. So now we have two different attributes, both on the level of the accounts and our users, to utilize for our system. So first and the most common way to handle this is RBAC, or role-based access control. In this authorization scheme, the permissions that we want to assign to users will be grouped into roles. So in this case, level 1, level 2, and level 3. And then users would be assigned to these roles. So through the role, the user gets the permission. So let's say a level 2 user would get account details and account transactions, but there is no line to account block. But for a level 3 user, they get all three. So role-based access control is really good. It's simple. It's easy to understand. And there can be another indirection where users would be grouped into groups, and then the groups would be assigned to roles, etc. We can make this more complicated for managing large organizations. So this is a very popular way of doing things. The tricky part with RBAC is that this scheme here is already, there are a lot of lines, but we still are not actually taking into account the location of the accounts and of the users. So we would have a lot more accounts, and now that means we also need a lot more roles, and this is called the role explosion of RBAC, where companies often end up with thousands of roles, and then suddenly they become more and more meaningless. Like, what does EU level 3 mean? Imagine if we would add 2 more attributes, then suddenly we have like a really higher complexity there. But we have other ways also to handle, and this is not to say that RBAC is not great, just that it has its limitations. So let's take a look at another scheme called ABAC, or attribute-based access control. In this scheme, we don't try to group things into roles, but rather just look at the attributes of users and the resources they are trying to access. I actually forgot to list the location here, but yeah, let's take a look at this this picture rather. So we could say that our users have two attributes called a level and a location, and our permissions also have two attributes, a level and location, and the user's level attribute has to match the permissions level attribute. The end result of this is very similar as what we got with RBAC, but handled in a more, let's say, logical or more extensible way. Because if we would add more attributes to our users or to our and to our permissions or resources, then this can scale. We don't need to have a database of all the possible roles of these users. However, what is still a bit clunky in the ABAC model is that the relationship between the user's attribute and the permissions attribute is not entirely clear. Like, it's not an equals. For the location, it is an equals, but for the level, it's actually the user's level has to be equal or higher than the account's level. It's a little bit tricky. It really depends on the system implementing this attribute-based access control on how it would handle defining these relationships. And this nicely leads us to the next scheme, which is called policy-based access control. I nearly slipped on there on that word, which is the main topic of today's discussion, is policy-based access control, where we basically have a policy language available to define our policies. And this is basically using a programming language that's specialized for defining policies. So it's not like Java, where you could write like anything you want and write to files and etc., but a more specialized declarative language where you can express these exactly the relationships like we said before. Let's say the account/details permission is available to any user whose level is equals or greater than 1. And now we can make this more complex because we now can actually kind of program. So we can also say that we not just use the level, but we'll also use the current time. So let's say the user can only access account details between 9 and 5 p.m. 17 p.m. doesn't make that much sense, but that's all right. You get it. So we can, because we now have the power of a programming language, we can do more fancy things than just using attributes for access control. That's why I put the time in there. I'm actually not going to use that much today, but just showing that that's an option. What's even more, we can even use data from other systems, like instead of hard coding the opening times in the policy, we could pull that from some other system where we keep track of opening times for branches and use that in our policy. So yeah, and we can also do abstractions. So let's say this is starting to look ugly here, but we can abstract that away. We can say we'll have a vir open rule, and the vir open rule will be defined like this, and we'll be using that in all our permissions. So basically, the relationship between RBAC, ABAC, and PBAC is they are more and more expressive. So each contains the previous one. You can basically define everything you do with RBAC in ABAC, and with PBAC you can basically, using the policy, you can implement an ABAC or RBAC system, but a more complex one. You can actually combine ABAC and RBAC, which we often do by pulling in, let's say, RBAC data, some rows from Active Directory, but then combining that with some attributes coming in a JSON Web Token and combining those in some fancy policy to express what we really want from our authorization. And now implementing policy-based access control, and that's basically the point of the Open Policy Agent. So the Open Policy Agent is an open source general purpose policy engine that Styra developed and donated to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So it's well established in the CNCF economy, so Kubernetes and all related technologies like Istio and Envoy, etc. And the programming language that I was already using as a sample is called Rego. And that's how we can express, using the Rego language, we can express policy-based access control rules. And the Open Policy Agent will be the agent that actually executes that code and makes the policy decisions, whether some action is allowed or not. So the ecosystem is pretty big already and growing. A lot of projects have integrations with the Open Policy Agent because OPA itself cannot stop something from happening. It has to integrate with some piece of technology that it will make decisions on behalf of. So here are a bunch of use cases. Actually, like the categories are interesting. So like application authorization, infrastructure, cloud, etc. A lot of different things that you can use Open Policy Agent for. So now let's jump into Zero Trust. By the way, I forgot to mention it in the beginning. There is going to be a practical demo actually showing how this all works. Let me check how I'm doing with time. Pretty good. All right. So once we cover Zero Trust, there is going to be a demo. Don't leave. So Zero Trust. Very important principle in security that we're trying to achieve these days is our systems are growing more and more complex. So we can't afford anymore to just have one gateway into our system where we check the user, they look okay, and from then on, we just allow them to roam our systems freely. We actually want to distrust every single call that is made over our networks, whether coming from an end user or from another service on behalf of some user or on behalf of some automated process. And now we have very good technologies to achieve this. On one hand, microservice architectures allow for many more things to become network calls or even force that. So things that previously were just function calls inside the monolithic application are now actually network calls between different services. So we can and have to verify those and authorize them so that one service calling another service will not have full access rights to the API of that other service, but just have actually very minimal rights to perform its own duties. Like, for example, in this picture, we have a user accessing different backend services while they're, of course, in their browser. But we also have the status service, and the status service can access all services, but only a certain endpoint that will return the service's status. So the status service doesn't need the same rights to these services as the end user. And here is the architecture diagram of how this would actually be implemented using Istio. So we need a service mesh, or we don't necessarily have to have a service mesh to implement this, but it helps tremendously for several reasons. A service mesh will inject an Envoy proxy in front of every single one of our services. So all traffic reaching the service, whether from another internal service or from an end user, will be going through the Envoy proxy. Now we can add another component here and add an Open Policy Agent next to the Envoy proxy and tell the Envoy proxy, configure the proxy to make a call to OPA on every single request and ask OPA whether that request is allowed. And with that, we have a fully fledged authorization system where our authorization policy is loaded into every single agent that's running in our system. And every single request that is going through our system will be handed off to OPA for authorization. So OPA is not really a proxy. The request doesn't flow through OPA. OPA can't stop it. But Envoy will actually make an authorization call to OPA, and OPA will say yes or no. And if it says no, then Envoy will send back a request denied response to the client. And all this happens without our microservices having to even know about it. At certain points, they have to know because of some more business logic-y complex authorization scenarios. But for a lot of stuff that we'll be doing today, they actually don't need to know about this. Another aspect here on this picture is the spiffy IDs. Something that also Istio helps a lot with is whenever we want to authorize traffic between internal services, we actually have to know their identity. And that means we have to somehow assign identity to them. We need to verify that the request really comes from that service, etc. And Istio takes care of that using spiffy IDs. So basically, just each request will be identifying the service it's originating from, and this is destined to. The final thing here is the JSON Web Token. So JSON Web Tokens, once user authenticates, this is also not a necessary component, but a very popular way of encoding user information. So once the user logs in through some single sign-on technology, we will be using Keycloak today, then they receive a JSON Web Token that contains basically their attributes for some nice attribute-based access control. And this JSON Web Token will be signed by our authentication system. Will mean we can trust the data inside it. And it will be included in every single HTTP request as in the authorization header. So whenever we receive a request from the user, we can decode this JSON Web Token, get the user's attributes, and use that to make an authorization decision. And this is the system that I'm going to be showing today, the Superbank backend. And I'll show how this all works in practice. Before I do that, one last thing to mention is how does a policy pipeline work? Because when we use OPA to verify a request going to the application, we also have to get the policy into the OPA. And OPA can be configured using a remote policy server, which in our case will be an S3 bucket, a Google Cloud storage bucket. Or we could use some sophisticated commercial system like Styra's declarative authorization service to manage the policy bundles. And normally we would store our policies in Git, have a pipeline that pushes any policy changes to the bundle server, and then all our OPA agents running in our system will be pulling the policies from there. We'll see that in a moment. All right, so it's demo time. Let's just switch to here. And let's go to Superbank, which for some reason is not running. That's not a great thing because it should be running. And it was a moment ago. Oh, let's see what's up with my Kubernetes cluster. Pods are up and running. That's even worse. If they were not, then I could just try to start it all up. Let me just think there for a moment what could have suddenly gone wrong. Maybe I will just straight away restart. That's gonna take too much time, so that's also not a great option. Try to restart the gateway. Actually hasn't happened to me in a while that my demo didn't work, but maybe today is my bad day. Okay, it is up and running, but still nothing. $32,298 localhost. Oh, jeez. This is part of the demo. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I decided the last moment to start the demo with like a completely not authorized application, because this is a not authorized, and I thought it's like a 404 or something, because I had a lot of trouble with like sometimes the app just not working. So no, now we are absolutely not authorized, and let's start giving ourselves some permissions to this application. So actually, here we go. Here is our policy. And right now our policy, basically, because everything is commented, is allow false. So we are not allowing any requests to our application. So let's do some uncommenting here. And actually we don't have much time, so I'll not do the step-by-step uncommenting. I'll just uncomment everything and rather walk you through the application. So now I'll be deploying some new policy, which means I'll just build a bundle, which is just a zip file basically of all my policy files, which is the most important one is this one. This is a Rego file. This is the Rego programming language for OPA. And I pushed it to the Google Cloud Storage bucket. And now, yes, now the application actually works. Awesome. So I'll log in as Agent Brown. And Agent Brown is a level 2 customer support agent in the EU. And Agent Brown will be able to view a Dutch bank account, but he will not be able to view the transactions on that bank account because he's only a level 2 agent, and he will require level 3 clearance to see the transactions on the account. Now, trying a California bank account, he can absolutely not see that because his region doesn't match the account's region. So now let's take a look at Agent Smith, who is a level 3 agent, and he actually can see the transactions, and he can even block the account, which by the way doesn't really do anything, but just renders there the button. So we can see that we have different permissions, and let's now take a look at how these are implemented. So we have a bunch of rules here that all make certain allowances. Basically, we have by default, we are denying any request that we don't make an exception for. So our first exception is any request to the portal service, which is basically the service that just returns all the static assets to the client, are always allowed. So static assets can be accessed even if not authenticated. The same goes for the status service. So the status service says status is okay. It queries all the other services to produce that message. And then we have the permission service, which actually renders these 3 buttons. And that one needs already a decision based on the user's level. So we will get the JSON web token or JOT token from the request. We do some parsing here out of the authorization header. And so basically our next rule is if the destination is the permission service, we need to have an authenticated user. If the user has a JSON web token, then they're authenticated. Now, if the user wants to be able to access the account service, we have a few more conditions that need to be satisfied. So the path that if the user is accessing the path that is account/v2/some location /some account number /details, we can see that that here. How does the request really look like? Oops, I had the breakpoint here. And we go network tab. So the request looks like account/v2/eu/nl, the IBAN of the bank account /details. And in this case, we want 3 things to be satisfied. First, the user has to have the customer support role in their JSON Web Token. They have to have role level of at least 2, and they have to have their geo-region needs to equal the location we got from the, so I call it geo-region in the token, but location in the path to make it a little bit more confusing, but that's the EU-US thing. Now for the same type of rule goes for the transaction service, where I'm defining customer support role again, but the level needs to be 3. Everything else is exactly the same. Then I have some rules that define that. So when I'm asking actually for account details, the account holder and the address comes from the account holder service. So we make an allowance for the account service, that the account service can access the account holder service. Can actually try to comment this. Deploy a new policy bundle, and actually takes a bit to for the policy bundle to propagate. But once it does, yeah, now you can see account holder is unauthorized. And we also made another rule for the status service. So the status service can access anything, but only the /status endpoint on any other service. So that is it. This is our rule set, and this rule set will be deployed to every single service by just uploading it to this Google Cloud Storage bucket, and will be used to authorize all requests coming into our application. And with that, my time is slowly over. So thank you very much for listening. I think we don't really have time for any more questions, but I'll leave that to the organizers. You can find me on Twitter under Adam Sandor with a 0 at the end, or on the Open Policy Agent Slack. So feel free to reach out with any questions. I'm very happy to answer. And thanks for listening today.
Oh, thank you, Adam, for your talk. And yeah, so we're also going to share the code if you want to enter to have a chance to win a Nintendo Switch. So you follow us on DevSecCon and don't forget to get the code. Once again, thank you, Adam, for your talk. And let's continue with the break. We do have a couple of announcements for the break. Cool. So the first one is, well, we had 2 amazing sessions. The first one with, the first one with hung around how to dunk your junk into the cyber pool and how to access more on the best practices to have access to cybersecurity industry. Some great tips around that. Then we had Adam.
That wins talk title of the day as well, I think, Sonia.
Yeah. And then we had Adam Sandor on Zero Trust Authorization with OPA, also a great talk. And by the way, if you missed some of the talks, don't worry. We'll actually upload all of these talks on the DevSecCon YouTube channel. And if you've missed the APJ session, it's already on the DevSecCon YouTube channel. So you can also have access to these. Cool. Also, we would like to thank our amazing sponsors for this event. So all the sponsors are running giveaways and extra content in their booth. So head over to the sponsor section on the navbar on the left side to check them out and say hi. Don't forget that now GitGuardian and Bright Security have sessions. So they're starting right now. So if you want to attend these sessions, you need to be there actually for a chance to win some of their amazing giveaways. And talking about giveaways, let's have a look at what we have. So the first one is the DevSecCon 24 giveaway. If you want to have a chance to win one of the 3 Nintendo Switches, follow us on Twitter at DevSecCon and also DM us at least 2 codes on Twitter. So we do have codes every time at the end of each sessions. So check all the details on the pin tweet. Then we have Bright Security giveaway, a chance to win out one of 3 $100 gift cards. So yeah, if you want to win this. Also, we have GitGuardian to win a Lego set and GitGuardian swag box. So don't hesitate to visit their booth to have a chance to win those. Teleport, win a Teleport hoodie and North Face backpack. Armor code, win 100 Amazon gift cards, $100 Amazon gift cards. Wiz, that was exciting actually. Win a ticket to Black Hat USA. So again, you have to visit their booth for that. And lastly, we have Ops Level. Again, Nintendo Switches, if you want to win one of the 2 Nintendo Switches. So yeah, do visit the booth of our amazing sponsors and you'll get a chance actually to win one of these prizes.
I'm disappointed to be one of the hosts now, Sonia, because I want to go and enter some of these things.
Same.
But, we're not allowed, sadly, are we? So
yeah, let's ask all our friends or family members actually to enter.
I'm not sure that's allowed either.
DevSecCon for good. So as a reminder, all proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be evenly distributed among these 3 global charities. So One Tree Planted, Girls in Tech, and NetHope, which align with DevSecCon and the SNCC's impact mission pillars of diversifying the tech industry, using tech for good, and reducing carbon footprint. So if you want to donate, click on the DevSecCon for good button on the left of the screen to donate now. And at the moment, I think we're over $35,000. This is great. And to continue on the DevSecCon for good, our very own Sam Hepburn, the DevSecCon global leader, will interview someone at One Tree Planted. So let's hear what they have to say.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying DevSecCon 24. I'm super excited today to be joined by Michelle Senthavel from One Tree Planted. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, thanks so much, Sam.
So great to have you here. I'd love to know a little bit more about, who you are and what exactly you're up to at One Tree Planted.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. And yeah, so I am a senior account manager here at One Tree Planted. I've been working for the org for about 2.5 years now, just a little over that. And really my aim and focus at the org is to help support businesses like Sneak to achieve their sustainability goals.
That's amazing. Yeah, we're super excited for not only DevSecCon and Sneak to be involved in such an awesome organization. Can you tell me a little bit about the mission and the goals of One Tree Planted?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we try to keep it nice and simple. We plant trees. That's really what we do at a base. So One Tree Planted, we are just coming up on our 100 millionth tree planted this month, which is super exciting. And we're planting in over 74 countries globally. So we like to work all over the world and have as much impact as we can. We aim to help reforest degraded areas around the world, and they could have been previously deforested for things like timber usage, agriculture, so many more different factors, but we really aim to create impact with these projects. And we do this through our 6 pillars of reforestation, which are air, water, we have biodiversity, we have social impact, health, and climate. So those are kind of like the 6 main things that we focus on when we're choosing a project.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm super, obviously with this event being global and we're following the sun at the moment, we always look for partners that we could partner with that will impact all our communities listening. And so For anyone that's listening, it's wondering, I wonder if One Tree Planted's done something in my local area, definitely have look it up, and I'm sure Michelle and team have or are doing stuff within your local area. Michelle, are there any great sort of success stories around memorable moments within One Tree Planted? I'd love to hear some of the fun things that you have done in the past.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it got me thinking when I first heard it. And there are kind of two main projects that come up a lot when I get this question. And for me, they're very near and dear to my heart amongst all the projects that we have. But the first one is our Indian fruit tree project, which we call the Fruit Tree Project to Change Lives. And so this is a project that we've been doing since 2018. And in 2022, this project planted 2.5 million trees across a whole bunch of different areas in India. Yeah, it's a super cool project because it focuses on employing women and smallholder farmers in these different regions across India. And as an added bonus, these fruit trees, about 2 or 3 years after they're planted, will produce fruit. So that helps to support the communities in terms of livelihood and food. So yeah, that's definitely a cool project, yeah, that I love. And the second project is our Mexican monarch butterfly project. So we're currently into our second year of this project, and in 2022, it planted 500,000 trees. So another really big project that we were working on. But the aim for this project is to reforest the migratory path between Mexico and Canada for the monarch butterflies. And so, yeah, these are actually a species that are endangered currently, and we're really trying to do everything we can to combat this.
That's super awesome. If anyone watching DevSecCon 24 or seeing this video afterwards wants to get involved, like how can someone or an individual or an organization get involved with One Tree Planted?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. And I love that, we work with businesses, but individuals alike. Anybody can really help plant a tree. And it's quite simple, honestly. We work on a model where $1 plants a tree. So it's nice and simple. And really, that's the easiest way to participate is you can go online and you can contribute to planting trees. So you can choose where your trees get planted. Like it was mentioned, we're planting all over the world. So you can plant in a country or a region that's special to you. And you can also get involved by getting your hands in the dirt. So we have community planting events that we host 3 times a year, which are in April, in June, and in September. So there are actually some happening right now. And on the 5th, which was World Environment Day, was kind of our kickoff for these events for the month of June. And you can go to the website. And I think we have a little banner link to share with you guys, but you can go on the link and just get your hands in the dirt. It's super easy. You sign up online and you can get right into it. Yeah, there you go. There's the link. But yeah, that would be another great way to get involved.
Amazing. And obviously a reminder to our audience that all proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be going to organization like Michelle's after the event. So if anyone would like to give that $1 right now, you can head to the side of the screen that way and click on the DevSecCon for Good link, and that'll take you to our giving page where you can donate to One Tree Planted as well as the other organizations that you can see their logos down there that will be benefiting from the event today. So click on that link and hopefully we can help Michelle plant some more trees. Now, Michelle, obviously we have a very technical audience watching today, and I'd love to know a little bit of fun facts. So we think about the way, deforestation, we think about pollution and things like that. And a lot of us, try to do what we can to make sure that we're not the cause of those things, reusable bottles, trying to not, use single-use plastic. But what are some of the ways that sort of our energy usage when it comes to computers, servers, things like that can contribute to climate change, and any sort of facts that we can share with our audience? They can think a little bit about what they can maybe do to make a difference.
Yeah, this is an awesome question because it really makes you think, in our everyday lives, we're so used to working on our computers, having our second screen, having all of our lights on. So as I was looking into this, it was really kind of eye-opening to see, but some interesting facts here that I've pulled for you guys. So according to Energy Sage, using a computer for about 8 hours a day will use 12.2 kilowatt hours of electricity. And bear with me, there's gonna be some numbers here, but I did some math, which is not something I always do. But when you use your computer for that much a day, it actually equates to 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. And so according to the US Energy Information Administration, it's found that 1.12 pounds of coal is needed to produce 1 kilowatt hour of energy. And so going deeper into that, Your computer, if it requires that 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year, that means that it would require 163 pounds of coal to produce enough energy for your computer to be powered per year, which is kind of like outstanding because apparently in 2021, the CO2 emissions from burning coal for energy accounted for 20% of all the CO2. So
wow,
crazy to think about.
Well, it was so lovely having you on today, Michelle, and hopefully, as I said, our audience have learned a bit about how they impact the world and how they can help One Tree Planted to give back to the environment. Before I leave you, I'd love to know if there's any ways that you measure your positive impact when it comes to planting trees. We've heard all that data around how we impact the world, but how do you measure your positive impact?
Yeah, and this is a great question because it really ties into the storytelling at One Tree Planted, which is a big focus for us. So this ties into MRV, which is monitoring, verification, and reporting. And so we're big on stage 1, which is our application and approval process for our planting partners. And so we work with local planting partners who are on the ground because we want to encourage local jobs, local knowledge into everything that we do. But so our planting partners will submit an application for a project. That'll get verified by our project managers who will make sure that the planting partners can stand up to our standards of survival rates, of monitoring policies, of check-ins, and that kind of thing. So once the project proposal has been vetted and approved, the planting partners will then meet those different standards. And once the trees have been planted during the rainy season of that region, our planting partners will then report back to us about how the project went, what they're expecting for the future, and using different MRV tactics like satellite imaging, drone technology, geotagged photos, all kinds of really cool factors like that, which give us a lot to go off of.
That's awesome. It's nice to see how technology is helping you do your role as well, sort of for the positive. So thank you so much. That's all we have time for today, Michelle, but thank you so much for joining us. Again, anyone listening, please jump onto the DevSecCon for Good page and pop a donation in there, and really let's help One Tree Planted do some more amazing work.
Thanks so much, Sam. Enjoy, everyone, the DevSecCon 2024.
Bye.
Cool. So this was One Tree Planted.
Awesome. 100 million trees. That's a big number.
Cool. And we're back with our next speaker.
Okay, welcome, folks. I'd like to welcome to the stage Jeff Watkins and Leanne Potter, our next speakers. Jeff's the Chief Product and Technology Officer at XDesign, and Leanne is a cyber anthropologist, as well as being the head of SecOps at Asda. So I'm super excited for this talk. So I'm going to add you straight into the stream, and the floor is yours, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So recently, the ICO fined a company for a breach that began with a phishing email, which was then managed to leverage unsupported software, which resulted in a ransomware attack. Kind of all pretty standard stuff. And relatively speaking, the loss itself was only about 100K of sort of data subjects. So it didn't really have any lasting effects because the data that they exfiltrated wasn't really too sensitive. But what was interesting was that that company was fined 4.4 million. And 1 million of that was due to the fact that the company in question had security policies which were good on paper, but they failed to implement them. And this ruling showed that the security industry, the regulating bodies are now coming down hard on organizations that merely pay lip service to security. And now this is a big shift, and businesses really need to take note and do more in the security space. Because by 2025, it's estimated that 10.5 trillion will be lost to cyber criminals. And that's more than all the tech billionaires' net worth combined. It's the biggest transfer of wealth in human history. Hacking humans is a very lucrative business. And the security industry is always striving to be one step ahead of the criminals in terms of technical capabilities. But in doing so, often neglect the very human side of cybercrime. I think we should change that. So as your guide in all things human-centric product and security, let me introduce my co-speaker and myself.
Hi, I'm Jeff Watkins. As mentioned, I'm Chief Product and Technology Officer at XDesign, but also a security enthusiast. I've just completed a master's in cybersecurity.
And I'm Leanne Potter. I am the owner of the Anthro-Securist, which is combining anthropology and security together. I'm also head of SecOps at Asda. So as a security practitioner myself, I can say that the security tools are doing a pretty good job, especially things like the DevSecOps tools, such as SAST and DAST, things like Sneak, for example. But tools can only take you so far in your security posture journey. And if we want a layered security, and we do, we need to start thinking holistically. And it starts with perception. We need to stop thinking of security as security's problem. Indeed, by even calling it a problem, we're already mentally categorizing it as a burden. A problem is unwelcome, a problem is difficult, a problem is something we hope someone else will fix. And we avoid problems in lieu of more engaging tasks. But we need to get out this mindset because good security is an opportunity to add value to our products and to our customers. Gold standard security, in my eyes, should not mean compromising on quality. It shouldn't mean picking one over the other, because we need to get out of this mindset and we need to know our enemy to do so. Because the cyber criminals are using what makes us human against us. They're becoming ever more sophisticated, more nuanced, and they understand the culture and the constraints in which we work in, and they leverage this knowledge. And they know that we love in our organization shortcuts and workarounds, which often go against security controls, and they play upon our inability to collaborate effectively, and it prevents us from doing security holistically. As I said, the security tools will only get us so far, so we're going to show you today how to utilize your strongest defenses in your organization, your people. Cyber criminals don't think like we do. They have a different set of objectives to us, and in order to thwart these attacks, we need to emulate what makes them so successful at what they do. We're calling it, and just more for any younger ears in the audience, the fool around and find out mentality. It was a different F word to start with. The cyber criminals' ability to flip the user journey to the unhappy path is what makes them successful to take down even the most well-resourced of organizations. So today, we're going to show you how to fool around and find out, how to think like a hacker, how to make sense of what you're building, and how to bring everyone in into the conversation, not just security, not just engineers, not just the techies, but the whole business. And the best part, most of you will already know how to do this. Many of the tools and strategies we will share with you today are methodologies you'll be familiar with if you've worked in an agile environment. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to our talk, Abuser Experience, how the dark side of product and security can be used for abuser stories, misuse cases, and threat modeling.
The first part about embracing the abuser experience is something we've all heard about, and that's shifting left. We all benefit from it because it's easier and faster to design security from the beginning rather than testing it and fixing it later. In fact, shifting left has been deemed so important that in 2021, a new category was introduced to the OWASP Top 10 in secure design. It focuses on risks related to design and architectural flaws, with a call to shifting left for greater use of threat modeling and secure design patterns. And even like our hub sponsors today, Sneak have noted that shifting left has several benefits: faster overall delivery due to not failing security gates, reduced costs in rework, improved integration with security tooling, improved overall security posture, and greater trust in the end product. And that's what we want at the end of the day. But for you in the room today, why should you really care? I mean, well, for you, it's going to make your lives easier in general. You won't spend your evenings and weekends fixing security design flaws. You won't have to trash any beautiful UI designs with bolt-on security tech, and you'll have pride in well-trusted, reviewed, and adopted products. So we've established that shifting left is good, but how far left can we go? How about all the way to the product design elements of the project, long before any coding or architecture happens? The product in the modern context being the bundle of business value is the top level concern. So we start considering security at that level. And product security is becoming its own thing, and it's not going to be a single framework or tool. It's going to be a sort of a way of working. It be an approach to structuring a security program around threat modeling of the entire scope of product, not just the technology that underpins it. Strangely enough, though, searching online, product security is currently pretty poorly represented. Books on security don't mention it really, and books on product don't do either, apart from maybe one sentence. So how is product security different from traditional application security? Well, let's compare with the security within a product team with the AppSec teams in larger tech companies. So the core component of most established cybersecurity teams is a strong AppSec program, at least I hope it is. And it ensures that IT applications are developed to a high-end security standard and vulnerabilities are identified and addressed as they arise. And they usually specify a secure software delivery lifecycle as well as security tooling. It's pretty technical, and they'll usually report to the CISO. Whereas the activities within the product team, on the other hand, focus on designing security into products and will often report to the CTO. The experts within the product team will be engaged at every stage of the product process. They're less concerned with things like network design and rolling out policies, but we believe that thinking about security in the product terms better enables us to understand the abuser experience.
So the abuser experience, what is it? Well, it's kind of like an evil version of user experience. They're the anti-users. To find the abuser experience, we should think about who our abusers are, why they might attack us, how they might attack, which we can express in the context of threat modeling using things like Stride, Pasta, or Octave. But contrary to what you might expect, the who's doing it, is probably the least useful to us, aside from possibly thinking about scale. In order to get buy-in, start on your user experience. Don't get hung up on the who, unless it's really your job to be a security researcher, because attribution actually won't make your security posture easier to protect. What matters is how. Knowing if they're an individual hacker or part of an elite nation state or an ATP doesn't really help you understand that your logging page is vulnerable to attack. When you're starting to think about that design process, what matters is the mindset of the enemy. It's the thinking about it in an adversarial way. Attackers are motivated. They don't have rules to follow or processes of governance like we do in organization, and they leverage this in ways we can't even imagine or consider. You know, hackers look at things differently. I can get that out. In particular, they observe the obvious and they imagine the worst. They go about it through exploring every potential access point. They love all things data, and they understand that humans are a weak link, and they find and exploit backdoors, pick through garbage. And the most striking difference between hackers and engineers is how they address a challenge. Like, engineers are often very systematic. You know, the problems are first defined and analyzed. You know, then a plan is formed, hypothesis is formulated, and then this is tested. Then those results are analyzed and conclusions are drawn. We would call this the scientific method. But hackers don't do a spike. They fool about and find out. There is no plan, but rather a mission. And remember, a hacker is not building something that must stand the test of time like we are. Rather, they are breaking things. They don't need to satisfy a manager. They don't need to satisfy a CEO. They only need to complete a mission. And hackers will go to almost any length to accomplish that mission. And they can discard results that don't help them rather than having to explain it to others. So in brief, engineers aim to be thorough, hackers aim to be effective at any cost. This may seem like a minor nuance, but when you put action to those nuances, they can have really significant implications. Now, all this sounds like a little bit armchair psychology from the security team, but does that mean you should leave all this stuff to your security team?
Well, we do need to know whose problem it is, that's for sure. But no, we shouldn't, at least not exclusively, leave it to the security team. Thinking that way creates an over-the-wall mentality, creates a gatekeeping situation, and crucially, it also ruins any attempt at a lean, agile approach by blocking work and reducing throughput. This thinking does not also promote autonomy, mastery, or purpose in the delivery team. And security teams just aren't big enough in most organizations. They end up massively overloaded. So bring people into your team early, bring security into the team early, and they can leave you with that autonomy to actually work yourselves. And we also often think that security should be left to the technologists. And the technical elements of cybersecurity are incredibly important, but they're only a very small part of the story, really. By the time security concerns have reached technologists, they may be more difficult to fix as they weren't designed in from scratch. But more than that, cybersecurity is often not user-centric, because security is not a primary user task. You don't think, oh, I want to log in today. You want to use a service. And as such, it can be inconvenient if it is implemented poorly, even if it still meets your blessed, beloved security NFRs. So it's not solely up to the security team or the technologist. Who then? And I think really should be, for everybody, it really should be a cross-functional whole team concern. But we believe that you should start with the people like the user research and the user experience designers. This means we'll have to think more terms in form and function rather than mechanism when it comes to security. And now we've talked about our team and our attackers' motivations. It's time to discuss some of the techniques to help us start thinking like the enemy. It's time to embrace the dark side of the user experience, the abuser experience. And this forms like the core of product security. There's a number of tools and techniques we've identified, only a few of which we'll have time to go over today because it's the shortest slot, and I'm not going to read all these out. But at the bottom there, there's threat modeling at the very last, and we've done that for a purpose. And we'd recommend that the first time you try product security techniques to be in a workshop environment, actually in person if possible, or at least like a proper collaborative online environment. Start with a warm-up icebreaker exercise to get the team thinking like the abuser. think of a kind of a Jordan Belfort kind of example. Exercises to team build, but also to get people to put the abuser hat on. Instead of sell me this pen, it's hack this Apple Pencil or equivalent. Once you got into the mood, another exercise is to go over your product's features and ask why. Easy to miss glaring weaknesses when you're deep in development. So step back and ask the 5 whys deep assessment. Why does your product do that? Why is it necessary? Why did you design it that way? Why is it good? Why not do it differently? And the point of this very simple exercise is to identify really obvious weaknesses before you get too deep into anything, because a hacker will notice them much quicker than you think. So now we've warmed up, what next? And one of the first things people think about when talking about security is threat modeling.
Now, briefly, threat modeling is an engineering technique, and you can use this to help you identify threats, attacks, vulnerabilities, and countermeasures that could affect your application. And you can use threat modeling to shape your application's design, which is what it's quite good for. And it can help you meet your security objectives and reduce risks. As an engineering technique, ask 4 questions, and those 4 questions are, what are we building? What could go wrong? What are we doing to defend against threats? And have we acted on each of the previous steps? Now, it's very focused on things like Stride, Pastor, and Octave, and others, and it can be quite technical and intensive as a process, which puts people off. And I found, as anything technical and intensive, people avoid it. So we recommend another way.
And one technique we recommend to start with is persona non grata, or PNG. A PNG represents a typical user who behaves in an unwanted and possibly nefarious way. However, like ordinary personas, PNGs have specific goals they wish to achieve and specific actions that they might take to achieve their goals. Modeling PNG can therefore help us think about the ways in which a system might be vulnerable to abuse and use this information to specify appropriate mitigation requirements. Obviously, you'll develop some kind of user personas for the genuine user of your system, and you should probably interview them and validate any segmentation of your audience and things like that. It's a bit more difficult when you're trying to interview your persona non grata. They probably aren't going to make themselves known to you or give you the answers you want. However, with a bit of imagination, this approach can make threat modeling more tractable by asking the team to focus on the attackers, their motivations and their abilities. Here's an example from one of the security major security sites. And this could sound redundant if you're doing other threat modeling such as Stride. However, Carnegie Mellon University found a study that PNG analysis performed consistently well, even in teams where there was much poorer performance using things like Stride. So it's a good entry point to product security activities, in our opinion. And the next technique is misuse cases. And I'm sure many of you have used good old-fashioned use cases, and probably in the form of UML diagrams like shown, not very pretty diagrams. And these are the expected good use cases. But based on what we've done so far, we can now start to map our PNGs to our who are our abusers to what part of the products they'll attack and how. And we can do this with misuse cases, which are the inverse of a regular use case, and describe the process of executing malicious acts against the system. And typically you'd put them on the same diagram as your use cases. So here we go. So why are these a good thing? Well, for one, you can create and visualize them without going straight to the abstract world of security NFRs. They emphasize security from the beginning of the design process and help avoid hasty design decisions. And they're very visual and cross the barrier well between technical and non-technical. And then what we do is we link this all this up. So creating misuse cases often triggers a chain reaction, which eases the identification of functional and non-functional requirements, but also leads to the creation of new use cases that act as countermeasures. So you see there the mitigation of the countermeasures in the middle of the diagram. Even if you're not into UML, this is a pretty simple diagram to create and understand. You don't need fancy tools to create them. However, they're not suitable as sole modeling tools. They're quite high level and simple, and they don't really have much in the way of structure semantics, but they're an excellent start to place to start modeling your actual threats. After that, you can take some of your misuse cases and turn them into attack trees, which may drive out further details for the next step. And attack trees represent attacks against the system in a tree structure with the goal as the root node and different ways of achieving that goal as leaf nodes. So our goal is somehow to, in this case, extract money from the casino. These diagrams can be used, so this is an example of extracting money from a casino in various ways. Can be used in both the requirements and the design phases. They can be represented graphically or can be written down in an outline form. However, I quite like the diagram version of this. And you can add other details like the cost of the attack and the actual potential rewards to help balance the priorities. And Microsoft uses a similar diagram called threat trees in their threat modeling activities, adding in the mitigated threats. Now, we can't go into detail how to build these today, but as you can see, they don't need to be technical and they can be done by the whole team.
So, how previous few exercises that Jeff's gone through and turn them into something useful from a security perspective? I'm sure, as we've all heard, like security NFRs, you know, their title is non-functional requirements for those that don't know. They can be really abstract and to non-technical people and non-technologists, really quite hefty and difficult to deliver in a 2-week sprint. So it's real fodder to get really dusty on someone's backlog. So let's move away from clunky NFRs into something much more human, much more familiar. Now, this is a standard, and we can take this standard user story and flip it to the dark side. I should put like a witch cackle voice on now. But this is an abuser story. So this is the inverse of that. It describes an interaction of a malicious user posing a threat to a system, as well as the potential risk that may occur from that malicious interaction. This is a much more useful way of doing it than security NFRs, in my opinion, and I'm a security person. At the product level, we don't need to really understand the how, but we should detail what the abuser would like to achieve within its acceptance criteria, just like a regular user story. So my recommendation to you, and this is something I've done with success at quite a lot of organizations I've worked with, is to have a workshop with the security team and make misuse cases and abuser stories for every security NFR. This means that it'll be much more accepted onto your backlog as it frames security in a way that's digestible, but also gives you the autonomy to solve the problems in your own way.
And hopefully we've convinced you that thinking like the bad guys is a fun way to problem solve too. And we do love solving problems in the industry. That's why I got into it. Which brings us back to threat modeling, which is one of the most important aspects of cybersecurity. However, we feel it's often overcomplicated. The methods can be time consuming and require quite a lot of expertise. And the complexity distracts us from what we really want to achieve. Threat modeling is just the process of answering a few questions about any system you're trying to build or extend. What is the system and who cares about it? What does it need to do? What bad things can happen to it through accident or attack? What must be true about the system so it'll still what it needs to do, even under attack? And we kind of played a trick on you. These alternatives to Pastor and Stride are also valid threat modeling techniques. And there's actually quite a lot of them. So based on that little trick, what's the so what of this entire set of exercises is they work well together. Off the back of them, you'll have your owners and threat agents through your PNG, assets, threats through misuse cases and abuser stories that maybe they exploit potential vulnerabilities and your potential countermeasures. And you can also do some more technical threat modeling later, but this actually supports it all. And the reason we could do it this way is because it divides and conquers a complex problem. It's progressive and you gain value at every step. It's focused. It keeps you at a single conceptual level for every exercise. And it's breaking down threat modeling into its constituent parts and making it accessible to everybody. And evaluating the various threat modeling techniques, it's found that Octave and Pastor were considered both very difficult to learn and use, even for security practitioners. And Stride was intermediate for both, whereas things like PNG, misuse cases, and everything like that were considered easy to learn and use, even for non-experienced people in the team. So we've done some threat modeling through different means, and now what? Well, we need to put it into our agile delivery lifecycle. And this should obviously involve thinking about, having a secure software delivery lifecycle and DevSecOps and all that stuff. We can't talk about that today, really. But from a product security point of view, we can think in lean, agile ways to implement it as efficiently as possible. So be as lean as possible, early is cheaper. Doing this, major security needs are identified already in the requirements decomposition. We avoid bottlenecks and queues by actually making sure that decision and risk approval is done locally. We reduce variability because we actually start to build threat analysis into our business as usual when we're analyzing stories. We do things in small batches. We address the security one story at a time. We provide rapid feedback, risk acceptance that could be done at the product owner level. And we decentralize it all. Every team and product owner does it and is responsible for security. It scales naturally with no single point of failure or bottleneck. One thing to mention about security in Agile is that the traditional security NFR is unlikely to deliver in any given sprint. As mentioned, they're abstract, they're difficult to fully prove. However, if you link your abuser stories both to your user stories and your security NFRs, you have like a bridge. You can have a testable and documented proof that you've gone some way to implementing security NFR. And all this links back to your persona and your PNG, and you have a steel thread through your system through all that should and shouldn't be happening through the user stories all the way through to your NFRs.
So you've done all that, you think this is a good idea, you want to implement it. Next thing you need to do is get the security culture right. It's vitally important to apply these tools and techniques that we discussed so far. And the most effective way to start with your organization is often, considered top-down leadership, but a lot of CEOs don't really understand the value and quality proposition that security can offer, let alone what product security can bring. So you're going to have a challenge on your hands. But how can you embed what we've discussed today for a long-lasting benefit? Now, often security people ask me, which team do I start with when I'm changing the security culture in my organization? And my answer is always the same: with the security team. That's where you start. Poor security culture is often due to poor organizational culture, and many security teams fall victim to this because they're often the most under-resourced, underfunded, and underloved areas of the business. I think recent figures are 1 security person per every 100 developers, and that's in a well-resourced organization. So consequently, this function has historically been very stretched. They've had to say no a lot, not because they want to, because they've had to be self-preservationists. How can you oversee the security of an entire organization when we don't have the funds, nor the clout to do so? But this is where you, engineers, can help us change things and be an ally. Moreover, I think you're really going to love doing it. So I'd like to mention a book called Drive by Daniel Pink, and it talks about motivation. And he claims the secret to high performance and satisfaction personally and professionally is due to motivation. He talks about common notions of motivation being things like reward and punishment, so the carrot and the stick. This, he says, doesn't work and actually causes his harms and hinders performance. So he created something called Motivation 3.0, which has 3 essential elements. So the first one is autonomy, which is the desire to direct our own lives. Now, security teams are often a really great example of a team being afraid of autonomy by being gatekeepers to most teams, and they're the bottlenecks of signing off project, being the only ones to approve or change controls. But we all seek to direct how we do things, so it's important to fight for your autonomy. The other thing he discusses is mastery. It's to urge people to get better and better at something that matters. And he calls this, Daniel Pink calls this flow, which is only optimal when the challenges we face are matched by our abilities. So in the context of this talk, I would like to suggest that maybe you've started your journey of mastery towards thinking about security in a more productive and strategic way. Keep honing your skills. And finally, purpose, the yearning to do what we do in service of something larger than ourselves. With more and more tasks being subjected to automation, we're going to see a greater move towards purpose maximizing led organizations. So how can knowing this help you get better on with your security team? Well, security teams spend so much of their time thinking about threats and risks that they become overly suspicious. I'm constantly reminding security teams that bar a few edge cases, most people come to work to do a good job. And I'm making the assumption that people on this call today are one of those people. We need autonomous allies as security people, and that need has never been any greater. So you need to convince the security teams to loosen the reins a bit in order to be able to achieve autonomy in your job, which also will mean that you do your job faster, with less impediment, and you'll be able to show the security team. But by showing the security team you have a desire to learn about security, they're going to loosen those controls for you as well.
Once you've evidenced enough times, small security decisions can lead to bigger ones. And this is where the mastery comes in, which, if you remember, is when challenges are met with your expertise. It stands to reason then the more you master security, not being in the security team, the more interesting challenges you'll come across, making your job much more interesting. And then finally, once the security team sees evidence of you as an autonomous and masterful ally, you can help them in your organization's greater purpose in what you do, but also in what they do for the organization, their people. You can drive that and have a stake in how that culture is formed, creating not only good practices, but better working environments. And you can do this entirely selfishly, because if you think about helping security in this way, you'll give your job some more meaning.
And this will make you feel like you're contributing to a bigger picture, and you'll gain more skills in that area, and an area that's increasing demand, money, money, money. And it's also gaining skills that can be applicable to other areas of your job. And finally, because you have autonomy, you're more likely to be self-directed, enabling you to work on your terms, your way. Now, this seems like a good time to start reflecting on what we've discussed. So, Jeff, what are our key takeaways?
Well, I hope you'll take some ideas about product security away from today, but I feel like the 3 most important concepts are: it's not all about the tech. Shift left into product security. Get everybody thinking about like our abusers, and as early as possible. Create a great culture around it, removing barriers and the gatekeeper mentality. With autonomy, mastery, and purpose, we can deliver securely every single time. And build this into your lean, agile discovery and delivery processes using mixed tools and techniques for all. And with these takeaways in mind, we want to leave you with an often forgotten notion.
And that notion is the reason why security functions exist in a modern organization is to enable the business to take risk. Risk isn't a dirty word. The most successful companies and people are risk takers. Risk is good. Risk gives you that competitive edge. And when it's done right, it can really enable the business to move forward. But it's hard for me as a security person to be able to enable you to make calculated risks if I don't know what you're doing. I come into that process really late, so I've got to bolt on really ugly security requirements onto your lovely shiny application. And if I don't feel like you're going to support me in taking some of the ownership and accountability and all that feeding and watering that comes with taking on a risk for as long as it's in the system. However, I know that risk enables innovation. And because risk is my business, I can't think of a better place to innovate than starting with security. Now, when I think about collaboration, I'm reminded of a story that when President Kennedy visited NASA in 1962 for the first time. During his tour, he met a cleaner who was carrying a broom, and he said to that cleaner quite casually, "What do you do at NASA?" To which the cleaner replied, "I'm helping put a man on the moon." That cleaner knew, without a shadow of a doubt, one, what his purpose was, that everyone needs to contribute to bigger things, and thirdly, he also knew that doing the job he was doing, he was freeing others to do theirs. And that's what this talk has really been about, reevaluating everything you know about security and your role to protect your organization. It's not about picking sides, defender, attacker, but about embracing both, because not all paths will be the happy path. Hackers are using what makes us human against us. Let's use what makes them hackers against them. Because when you follow the cables, behind every piece of tech is a person, a consumer, a creator, and even a hacker. And we should never lose sight of this. I hope you enjoy fooling around and finding out. We have been Jeff and Leanne, and please catch us in the autumn when we should be launching our product security podcast, Compromising Positions, to continue this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, folks. That was awesome. Definitely resonated a lot with me. You know, we talk a lot about the biggest problems in kind of security transformation is nothing to do with technology. It's always about people. So it's kind of you know, it's great to hear talks where, you know, from that perspective as well.
I like some Amika's comment there. How should we shift left all the way to the part of the university curriculum? Brilliant.
Like that.
Yeah, everybody loves that meme every time. That's what gets the most laughs. Just a meme.
Fantastic. Okay, well, as you can see on the screen, you have your code if you're interested in winning one of our fantastic Nintendo Switch giveaways today. And we're nearly there, Sonia, aren't we? I'll say goodbye to Jeff and Leanne. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
everybody.
And I need to press the button for our final talk of the day. Well,
Yes.
for our EMEA section, not the day.
Yes.
The day has a
Yeah.
whole- So here to see us out, another great friend of ours, Matthias Conrad, solutions engineer at Sneak. And are you still one of our chapter leaders for DevSecCon?
Yes, still.
Awesome.
For Germany, yes.
Fantastic. So without any further ado, because I know we're 5 minutes behind at the minute, I'm going to add in that bit. And Matthias, the floor is yours.
Yes, all right. Thanks, everyone. And I hope you're all enjoying DevSecCon 24 today. And I'll be talking about exploiting and fixing vulnerabilities, a gamified approach. So my idea is really I want to address developers or those who lead developer teams and develop software applications as part of a product or a program within the company. A bit about myself. So I have a background in software engineering in different roles as an entrepreneur, co-founder, CTO for 20 years. Always been in product business. And then at some point 5 years ago, I moved into security with a focus on first identity access management and then AppSec and DevSecOps now at Sneak. and I'm currently leading the solutions engineering operations for the DACH region at SNIC. So basically, I come from this developer background, basically, and this is why I can feel how developers actually think about security sometimes, or when I remember that when I was running projects with customers and mixed teams, we had maybe 14 full-time people in the team, maybe 3 full-time QA people, but there was hardly any security persons. So now these days it has gotten better, but still security isn't always part of the DevOps methodology of process yet. And the idea is, or I want to discuss how we can improve this bit. So first of all, a bit of the explanation of the problem space we're dealing with. So when we look at how modern software applications are now developed these days, I like to use this iceberg slide to explain the software supply chain and the risk that comes with it. So on the left-hand side, you can see there I have my, this is my code base. The whole iceberg is my code base. I have my proprietary code, the code I'm writing, and it makes maybe 10 to 20% of the whole code base. Now, this is something where I can use a static analyzer running on this code base, and then I find some maybe vulnerabilities or security holes in this code base. Then we have open source code, because we are using a lot of open source libraries on our application level, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. And these open source libraries, or the code of it, makes 80 to 90% of the whole code base. And also we do, with all the dependencies we use in our project, there comes a lot of indirect or transient dependencies. So in fact, 80% of all the dependencies are actually indirect dependencies. And with these indirect dependencies, we have a lot of course, vulnerabilities somewhere hidden on a second, third, or fourth level of the so-called dependency tree. Then we have containers. So if I use mostly, let's say, Linux-based container images, I have the same problem there. They consist of a lot of open source libraries, more often on the operating system level, or the open source libraries that go into the package registry of the respective image. They also can be full of vulnerabilities I want to be aware of. And then we have, let's say, if we go to the cloud, run our applications in a containerized way in our Kubernetes cluster, we might defining the infrastructure as code. So we might be using Kubernetes deployment files, or Terraform, or CloudFormation, whatever our cloud provider is. And the problem is that a lot of the default configurations aren't perfect in the sense that they're not most secure. I have to do some proper adjustments to it to actually make my infrastructure and environment secure. And this is also the main problem that the NSA points out. The #1 problem of cloud vulnerabilities are misconfigurations. And because container images or containers, they get spun up very fast, they get torn down again very fast. It's really the challenge to keep up with the pace we are developing, but also the pace we are deploying to the cloud. Now, the only way to address security is actually to empower developers. This is because obviously I'm working at SNIC, so this is our philosophy as a vendor coming from the security space. We want to empower developers. Reason for this is because we have this ratio of, let's say, in a modern technology company, we have 100 developers. For these 100 developers, we might have only 10 ops people in place. And then for these 10 ops people, we might have 1 security person in place. Now, this obviously doesn't scale because, let's say, if we release on a daily basis, or we push out a release multiple times during the day, there's just no way that this one single security person can do reviews properly for all the releases we want to push. So we need still the security people and the ops people to provide some guardrails, maybe some security policies, but in the end, we want the same way cloud serves as a self-service approach for the infra. We want developers also to use a self-service approach for security, where the tooling is in the hands of these developers, but it's guided by the security team. So this is a quote here from Gene Kim. He's the author of the book, The Phoenix Project, which I can recommend to read. He's also the co-author of the DevOps handbook. And this ratio, 100 to 10 to 1, actually comes from one of his articles on DZone. Now, let's say if we say we want to give, we want to shift left, we want to give the developer control of the security tooling, we want to enable them. Of course, let's say they could use Sneak or any, it doesn't really matter which tool it is, it can also be any other tool. Important thing here is we want to give tooling and integrate it in a way that is easy to implement for developers. So developers shouldn't learn a new tool. In a perfect scenario, this would integrate into their existing environment. This means the local IDE. So for example, if you look on the left here, where it says code, this is where I have my IDE, I write my own local code, and I can nicely scan for security issues then in my IDE or maybe in my local terminal, even before I commit anything to my Git repo. Now, further down then, if I do commit to the Git repo, let's say GitHub, GitLab, or whatever it is, I can also nicely integrate any tooling there. I can, let's say I have pushed my project. I don't even touch my code base anymore because it's released, but then new issues are being found. This is a nice way to regularly, let's say on a daily or weekly basis, recheck my repository or my code for any new issues that are being found through research, for example. Just remember when Log4j came out, it was in a very old library, but it took a while to actually be discovered. And then we can use security tooling as well in the CI/CD pipeline, whereas actually, let's say a developer didn't fully cover everything in the IDE or on the very left, we can use any tooling in the CI pipeline where we also can act as a security gate. And we can say, okay, I'm fine with any low severe issues, but if there's anything that is high, severe, or critical, I want to break the build pipeline, and it shouldn't go into staging or production and so on. And then once applications are running in production in our cluster or elsewhere, we also, of course, want to be aware of what's actually running there and prioritize, let's say, the container images that are actually in production to be scanned even when they're already rolled out and executed in the production environment. Now, tooling is one thing, right? Let's say we have these nice, whatever tool you're using in place. It's just one thing or one part of the whole picture, right? It's just a tool in the end. So, but how can we make developers aware of security or make this application security topic a bit more tangible, right? Because just because I have installed or rolled out the IDE plugin that does security testing doesn't mean developers are using it, right? Or maybe you have a tool in the local terminal, but no developer is actually focusing on it because, to be honest, developers have a goal. They want to push business logic in their application. They want to push new features. This is what, they're paid to do. And like technical documentation or security is just part of the whole development or software package, but it's not the primary focus. How can we make this topic of application security a bit more tangible, that developers actually understand why it matters that you have a potential SQL injection vulnerability in your code or remote code execution and so on? And the best thing to do is, in my opinion, to actually let developers switch roles and go into one of an offensive security person. Now, this is where I think Capture the Flags session come into play and do a very good job. And I want to explain for those who don't know what Capture the Flag sessions are. It's a gamified approach where you or the developers, they go into the role of pen tester or offensive security person, and they are exploiting vulnerabilities in certain environments. And these environments, which I will show you in a bit, they run intentional vulnerable applications in VMs, and you can then go ahead. It's like an escape room or an exit game. You want to find this flag inside this virtual machine, and this flag is actually, for example, a text file. This text file has a string, and this is your goal. You have to find this string hidden in some text file. That is the whole idea. Now, I like to run this kind of session that I'm doing today actually interactively with customers very often, but because we have limited time today, I just give you a walkthrough how I would usually do it and like to play around with developers with this kind of approach. So there's one very nice CTF or capture the flag platform out there on the web. It's Hack the Box, and I have no commercial affiliations with Hack the Box. It's just because I'm a regular user. I'm actually a customer of theirs. I just like this platform because in my opinion, it's one of the best ones out there, well structured. And the idea is really, they have these, what you can see here on the screen, challenges, and they have also machines. Now, machines and challenges differ in a bit. The challenges are a bit simpler. Their ideas is they give you a web application. This web application, once you start it, it will give you an IP address and a port number, and then you open it in a browser, and it will show you an application. And your goal is then try to hack this application. Try to find this flag, what I mentioned. And the flag obviously is somewhere on the server side, which you usually don't have access to. But because there are some vulnerabilities, you can, of course, find your way through it. That's the idea. Now, there are a bit more complex machines where the idea is that you would first try to find this flag on a regular user level. And then the next step would be you want to do privilege escalation and actually get the second flag in these machines, which is then of the root user. And for all of these flags, you get some points, and with these points, you can get a nice score, go up in the leaderboard. And if you're playing in a team, of course, the one with more points wins in the end. Now, in this case, I want to show you one example. This challenge is called Blinker Fluids. They give you this IP address with the port, and they give you also, in this case now, some files. So they actually give us the source files of this particular application. What I can do now is, first of all, let's open the web application. And this is what we see. Very simple. It's just a web application running in the browser. Nothing spectacular. It's just, obviously, we can see their invoice list, where it's a list of PDFs of invoices. Obviously, there's a button, create new invoice. Now, if I wouldn't do this walkthrough, I would give you the challenge to try to see what you can do, how you would find your way into this application. This can be through port scanning. This can be through looking at the source code. Maybe there's some hint in a JavaScript file somewhere, or somebody left a comment with some, maybe a password or something that shouldn't be there. Maybe I can look in my robots.txt file and so on. Now, in this example here, let's walk a bit further. Once I click this button to create a new invoice, I get this form. So obviously, we get the idea of this application. Very simple. I can write an invoice in Markdown language, which is a common format, and then I can save it as a PDF file. This is the whole purpose of this very simple demo application. Now, there's nothing wrong with it. This works fine. And obviously, once I do it, I hit the save button. I get this nice invoice that I previously wrote in Markdown. Now, let's go into the role of this pen tester, or the one attacking the application. Now, once I download the files that Hack the Box provided me, I get this list of the zip file of all my application files. So in here, you can see I have a Docker file. I have some, obviously, it seems to be a Node.js application. We can see here I have a package JSON and a package log.json. And now this is, of course, a very good first starting point to analyze and see if there's any vulnerability hidden in this code base, or maybe in the dependencies that I'm using. So I will be analyzing, in this case now, the package JSON and the package log.json, which are showing my dependencies. And this will be then in my local terminal. Once I list my directory, I get the same structure here. I have my Docker file in this You can see the challenge folder there. There is the application sitting there. And let's say I'm actually building this Docker image. This is what this screenshot is showing. Now, in my case, I want to see if there's any vulnerability in there that I could potentially exploit. So I run a container scan or a container image scan. I use Sneak, but of course, any other tool will do as well. Since I'm most familiar with Sneak, I use this one now, Sneak container test, and then I give the image name and I say, only show me the high severe issues or critical ones. So once I run this container image scan, what I'm getting is a list of issues. First of all, I get some issues on the container image level, on the OS level, where the vulnerabilities are coming from packages in my libraries that are registered in the package registry. Let's say if this is a Debian image, it would be the DPAC. And then also I get some base image recommendations where I can act with you. But this is now, of course, if I'm in the role of the developer and the defensive side. But for now, I want to attack, so I care more about offensive and attacking and getting in. So let's go a bit further. Since we have the application packed into this container image, and it's a Node.js application, we have the package.json sitting there somewhere inside this container image. The scan will also give me information about issues of this particular application. So in this case here, and I hope you can see it, it gives me a critical severity, and it's a remote code execution. And it tells me here it's inside the MD to PDF library in a particular version 4.10. So MD to PDF stands for Markdown to PDF. Obviously, this is the converter library we use here for conversion. And it also gives me a link to what's called the vulnerability database of Sneak. So this obviously seems like a very good entry point we want to analyze a bit further. Now, if I would be doing the same and adding this into the Sneak web UI, I can get the same information there, where I get a nice image, the container image scan with some results. Also, you can see here the package.json again, where we again have this critical severity pointed out. What's happening in the background, basically, with this kind of analysis is that tools like Sneak, they build a dependency tree. They build a tree from the first level dependencies, the direct dependencies, but also then include all the indirect dependencies to a second, third, and fourth level, and then also show the vulnerabilities in all these levels. So obviously, the critical one that we see here, MD to PDF, this is what we want to look into. Once I click the link, that leads me to this vulnerability database. We will see this more detailed information about this particular vulnerability. The remote code execution, we can see there, it has a CVE number at the top, which is the ID of this particular vulnerability. But also the important bit I want to showcase here, for an offensive person, let's say I'm just a script kiddie, right? I have no idea what I'm doing, but I just want to exploit the application. It's so simple to exploit this. This is my point here, right? We get everything, including an exploit POC. So you can see here that POC that shows the sample code how to exploit the issue, but we also can click a bit further to the actual original GitHub issue, the issue tracker. Once I do this, we can get a nice code snippet. You can see here it's surrounded by JavaScript, and then inside it has some CSS styling, which is usually just meant to be for styling the layout of a page, or in this case, the PDF. But we can see here also that inside this styling, there has been injected some Node.js commands, require file system, and then read the directory from the root. And this is the actual vulnerability, because this line of code of Node.js code is actually being evaluated on the server, which shouldn't happen because it's just any random user input that isn't being sanitized. This is the actual vulnerability. Now, if I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just copy pasting this snippet, I can do this, and I can actually exploit the vulnerability. So I take this, copy paste this, put this into this web application that I showed you before into the editor. That's all I do. I put this in here, and once I hit the save button, we get the PDF generated. And you can see here, it shows me the directory structure of the root level. This is the exploit. Now, this is only reading the directory structure. Of course, we can now see the flag.txt. This is now the challenge. We want to get the content of this flag.txt. Now I can do a bit of adjustment with this command. I can change the command there to require file system and then read me the file synchronously from the flag.txt content file. And when I do this and generate the PDF again, I would actually get the PDF, click on it, and get the flag. This is the challenge. I take the flag. I have mastered this challenge. You can see here how easy it is for anybody, just any script kiddie, to just exploit this if you're not fixing the issues. Now, this was the offensive part. And of course, in a proper session that is interactive with customers that I like to run, of course, I wouldn't walk them through it all the way. But of course, the developers have to play around a bit and see if they can find their way in. Now, from the developer's perspective, from the defensive side of things, of course, I want to protect my application against these kind of attacks. So I can use tools like Sneak or any other tools that is out there that's doing static analysis and software composition analysis, or also called SCA. And in this example here now, I show you our IDE plugin, where if you do a scan on your application, you can see that we recommend, okay, I probably should upgrade my MD to PDF library to a higher version. And now, let's say, because I have gone through this capture the flag, I can now better understand why it's important, why it really matters, and if I would play a bit more CTFs and do some proper privilege escalations and maybe escape some Docker containers and do a bit more, I have a better understanding of why these things are actually important, and it's not just a term thrown at me like, hey, care about OWASP top 10, right? This is the idea. So, and from experience, I can say that when I run these sessions at customers, it's very engaging. I mean, developers really like this kind of, let's say, entertaining or gamified approach. It really resonates very well. Of course, you want to fix the issue, you upgrade to a higher version, then you understand why you're doing it. And this screenshot now shows you the upgrade path and how you can fix it by simply opening a pull request, and you have the issue resolved. Looking at the timer here, I'm closing soon. Just want to show you that if you want to go with this gamified approach, you can play it with your developer team in a team, really, like in a gamified approach where you have a leaderboard. Like here, for example, I have a Sneak team inside of, let's say, Hacklerbox. We have different points. For every flag you're capturing, you get some points, and you can, maybe offer some swag or something to win in the end. That's it. I think we're good in time. I want to make one announcement that today, actually, if you like this idea of gamification and CTF, we do have, thanks for showing this, we do have something going on tomorrow. It's a virtual Capture the Flag session with our partner Global Devs. You can just sign up for free online. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Back to you, Sonja.
Oops. Hey, thanks, Matthias. So many layouts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just gonna put this one. That's the one that I wanted to show. So thanks, Matthias, for this amazing talk. I'm also a big fan of Hack the Box platform. It's a really great way to upskill your cybersecurity skills. So thank you for that. This is the last code for today for the EMEA track. So yeah, take notes. And with that, we are actually gonna thanks all of our amazing EMEA speakers that we had today. Matt, anything to add on this for today, EMEA speakers?
I really enjoyed the whole day, to be honest. I thought it was a really nice spread of topics from, you know, different things that are really technical through to some of the more anthropological kind of stuff about security and people and product. So I thought it was really good, and hopefully our audience did too.
So yeah, huge thanks to all of our amazing speakers for the EMEA region. There's again more amazing talks coming from the EMEA region, which is will kick off in a few hours. But before that, we would like to thank all of our sponsors for today. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors, and also wanted to share one of the EMEA winner for Bright Security. Just making sure that I'm showing the right screen. So yes, the winner for EMEA is Casper Mack. So congrats.
Well done, Casper.
The last chance to win for Bright Security will be in the EMEA track. So yeah, that's also a good excuse actually to follow and move on to the EMEA track. Cool. So yeah. Join us on the DevSecCon Discord community channel, also just to get involved in this amazing community if you want to discuss all DevSecOps things. This is vendor neutral space, so if you want to discuss with your peers, ask questions, just want to network, this is a great opportunity to do so. Also, all of the EMEA chapters that we have, so that includes France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Italy, London, Netherlands, Nigeria, Poland, Switzerland, Wales, and more to come. So if you are in this country, yeah, if you have a chance to attend those DevSecCon chapters, do so. That's really amazing.
You can find those all on meetup.com, right?
Yep.
Or which is linked from the DevSecCon website as well. So yeah, you can go along in person, actually meet people face to face, and not on a YouTube.
How amazing! That's true. Also, the DevSecCon for Good. So don't forget that you can still donate to DevSecCon for Good and help us make a huge difference in our wider community's lives. We'll also show one last videos, but before that, we'll just wanted to say thank you for watching for the EMEA track. Yeah, Matt, if you want to close it before we show the video.
Thank you to you, Sonia, for fantastic hosting skills. Thank you to Patch for joining us, obviously. Thank you to all of our lovely audience for joining us. I hope you found it educational and entertaining.
Thank you. And without further ado, I'll just show the NetHope video, which is part of the DevSecCon for Good. Don't forget to donate. Thank you all for watching.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying DevSecCon 24 so far and have learned so much from our amazing speakers. As all of you might know, all the proceeds from DevSecCon 24 are being donated to organizations that are either helping diversify the tech industry, using tech for good, and reducing carbon footprint. Today, I am joined by the amazing team at NetHope, Diana Langley and Lance Pierce, and we're going to find a little bit more about this organization and why we've chosen them to benefit from some of these proceeds. But before we get into that, I'd love both of you to introduce yourself. Diana, do you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Diana Langley. I am NetHope COO. What that means in our context is I look after our member programs and our member engagement. And before I was with NetHope, I was with Oxfam for 10 years.
Amazing. And Lance, how about you?
Great. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Diana. Lance Pierce, I'm the CEO of NetHope, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I have been at NetHope now for about 2.5 years, and we've been working on, trying to realign our agenda, working with our amazing members, working with our incredible partners to really meet the new challenges that are afoot in the world today. I spent 15 years working in the climate change and sustainable finance space before this, and was actually working in the tech sector during the dot-com boom and bust. Remember where I was when NetHope was founded, and so it's just a real pleasure to be back in the sector working in this way and able to bring new partnerships to bear with all of our exciting new collaborators.
No, definitely. Oh, that bubble bursting. But Lance, can you tell the people listening, what is NetHope? What are your missions, your goals? What are you all about?
Yeah, NetHope was founded 22 years ago as an intentional partnership between the tech sector and the relief, development, and humanitarian sectors. There was a recognition that the then new technologies were going to really be transformative in every way. And there was a need to work together to ensure that these mission-based organizations, which are NetHope's members, had the right kind of tools, the right kind of technologies, the right sort of mindset, the right kind of capacity building in order to be able to take those tools and serve the people that they serve around the world. So NetHope's member organizations serve on the order of 1.6 billion people in over 190 countries around the world. We have 65 member organizations that are made up of some of the leading names in the international development space, in the humanitarian relief space, and in global conservation. And of course, we work with our tech sector partners as well, who are the leading brands in the space. And we really exist to be a mission accelerator. We try to take digital data and the power of tech sector partnerships to really uplift the work of our member organizations, help them do what they do better so that they can serve more people more effectively in more places around the world.
That's absolutely amazing. Definitely, I think a partnership that is well needed in sort of this world of technology. Now, Diana, I understand that NetHope has some awesome programs, and even sort of our audience here, very much developer security minded humans. Could you tell me a little bit about some of the programs that you're leading?
Sure. So when we think about NetHope, we like to think about the fact that we because of that association of all the nonprofits, and it's digital throughout all of their value chain, it's everything that they do. We do a lot of programs that are, for example, connectivity in hard to reach places. So it's one thing getting a broadband connection in your home. It's a completely different thing trying to get a broadband connection in a refugee camp, for example, or directly after an earthquake. And NetHope is the one that goes in and creates that lifeline at that moment. In that moment, of course, there is a cybersecurity thing, because these are very vulnerable people. We are connecting them. We're taking information. We know who they are. Sometimes there's advocacy things that are happening. You can imagine that if there was a breach in that sort of situation, vulnerable people are then taken even further towards the brink, for example. So that's one of the programs that we do. But because it's through the supply chain and the value chain of what the nonprofits do, we also look at things, for example, of what does their headquarters or operational security look like? What does their cybersecurity look like there? And so we've done training of currently 73 people from something like 35 countries around the world to become cybersecurity specialists in their organization. We do everything from how to talk to your board about cybersecurity. And actually today we're launching, we have a big report called The State of Cybersecurity that's being launched. So today is talking about how we need to advocate for better standards of cybersecurity in the nonprofit sector, and also the way it's funded. And in that moment, then NetHope provides, for example, a virtual chief information security officer.
Wow.
We are also launching a global humanitarian ISAC, because it's lovely that you may have the people to try and sort it out, but we need to be a collective on it. We need to work together with the right information at the right time. And that's what NetHope does on behalf of its members altogether.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. And if anyone who would like to actually access that report, you can click on the link that's now showing up on the screen and see all the amazing work that NetHope is doing. I'm sure that report took a lot of hard work and timing. So congratulations on the launch of that report.
Thank you very much. Yes, it takes a little bit. Nobody wants to talk about their cybersecurity. I think, one of the headline stats that we like to talk about, which is, it's quite a stark statistic, but important to realize, is that the nonprofits that the big names that are working in the places that are hard to reach and really complicated contexts, we have 65 brands in NetHope that work there. Less than 10% of them have a CISO.
Wow.
And it's not because they don't know they need one, it's because it's very difficult to afford one.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the things that's discussed in the report about how can we change that reality so that we can get the right kind of skill sets into nonprofits and make them safer.
No, definitely. And Lance, I would love to actually then talk a little bit about how NetHope, collaborates with different nonprofits and technology companies to, promote this positive social impact. How does that synergy work together?
Well, we've been actually talking about all the ways in which we're working together through the community as part of our ongoing strategic planning process right now, which we're in the middle of our consultation phase for the plan, where we're talking to our corporate partners, we're talking to our member organizations about some of the key work streams that we're going to be pursuing together in the future. And those are really around areas like digital skills and leadership. We know that skills are identified really everywhere across the community as being fundamental to the ability to even take advantage of some of the new tools and technologies, but also as part of your maturity curve and becoming a more sophisticated organization in terms of what you can do and how you can do it with the new tools. Digital inclusion is another area that we're really focused on. The technologies have the even though they can be incredibly transformative, they have the potential to be to exacerbate current inequalities, to exacerbate the divide between those who have and those who have not. And so we really work to try to embed this thinking of inclusion across the range of our full programming, engage our partners on that, engage our member organizations as well. Digital protection, as Diana was talking about, is sort of another area that we're really focused on. It's this idea that if you're a humanitarian organization or a conservation organization, that there is cybersecurity in the narrow sense of that word, and the way that industry might use that word, but the digital protection envelope is much bigger than that. It intersects with physical security. It intersects with the way in which that you can still provide openness in your systems and equity in your systems, and at the same time be secure and provide the services to vulnerable people in marginal contexts or potentially dangerous contexts, as in conflict zones. So it's an area that there's not been enough work on at that intersection, and the report released this week is really intended to highlight many of those issues and help us find a way to really lift everybody's awareness about how to handle these issues better and more humanely. The two other areas in our plan right now are around innovation and digital transformation. That's an area that NetHope's been involved with really from the very beginning. All of our tools and assessments and services and the work we've done in the past on that, and increasingly the work that we're being asked to do on data for impact and AI are also in that critical work stream that we're working on as well. And the new area that is really on our radar today is around climate change and technology for adaptation and resilience. We've launched a new climate program within the past year here at NetHope, and every member organization in the network is dealing with climate change in one way or another, whether it's in the form of extreme weather events or whether it's in the form of some of the nature-based solutions that our conservation members are focused on as part of how we're going to get past the problem. And so we're really working on trying to understand what are the tools, what are the opportunities for our community to make a unique contribution to human well-being and to managing in the context of a changing planet as we all try to live together here in ways that are going to create a future for our children. So all of that is really only made possible when we've got a true collaborative spirit working across the private sector, across the member sector, with the governments and multilaterals that are involved. This is really it's an all-in effort. And so our job really is to help be a facilitator, enable the leadership of others, and to really try to help this community find new ways to make a contribution.
That's absolutely amazing. I know we've only got a little bit of time left, but I wanted to make sure that everyone listening to this understands maybe how they can potentially get involved, whether it's organizationally, individually. What are the things our audience can potentially do today, tomorrow, to get involved and help NetHope?
Well, I think I'm immediately going to say that we would love if you downloaded and read the report. Mostly because it is a space that is not well understood about how cybersecurity is different in nonprofits. And so more people knowing that is helpful. We would really like that. we would love any signal boost because we need to change the state of affairs. And so folks here that understand cybersecurity, really understand the technical part about how difficult this is, we need your voice. So we would appreciate that as well. And then we have a summit coming up, and we would love folks to come and join us at our summit because, again, you know, it's a collective effort. These nonprofits and the wanting to do good in the world, we really only do that when we join together in spaces like yours and spaces like ours. So we would invite folks to come and join us too.
Yeah, that's terrific. And I would, just to build on that, say that the summit is coming up in October. We're opening for registration and would welcome collaborators and colleagues from all over the world to take part with us. That's from the 17th to the 19th of October in Munich, in Germany. And I would just say too that in addition to doing things like following us on social media so we can help you stay informed about things that are going on in our world, we'd also, where possible, like to ask you to donate if you can. NetHope works closely with companies. We need your talent, we need your technology, we need your love, your passion, and your support, but we also need your money. It's how we help pay for the skills and talents of the amazing people on the NetHope team to go out and build this program that's really badly needed everywhere and that we're really uniquely positioned to provide. So really want to thank everybody for that.
And as Lauren said, if you would like to donate to NetHope today, you can click the button on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a big DevSecCon for Good button there, and it'll take you to the giving page. Anything from $1 up to whatever you can give, and that money will be evenly distributed across the 3 charities that we have at the bottom of the screen. So please help us achieve our goals. Click on that button today, and let's help NetHope as well as Girls in Tech and One Tree Planted do the amazing things they are doing. But thank you to both of you for joining me on stage today. It was really lovely to chat. And everyone else, enjoy the event.